Hear it screaming in my mind. I feel it, just can't say it's alive. I hear it screaming in my mind.
Hello and welcome to Madrid. We're here for 888 Live. I'm David Tuckman, joined by Nick Welthall. As you saw from that chip leader, we are very, very deep. Players start with 88,000 chips. We have well over 700 entries already, 740 to be exact. Each pony up 888 euros. Prize pool guaranteed of 800,000. Still have one more day one. That'll be day 1D tomorrow. This is day 1C action. Nick Welthall alongside me.
Good evening.
Good evening, Nick.
How are you?
I'm well.
Sit open in 2-5 Texas. Jason, sit open in 2-5 Texas.
Get right into the action. See here a king high flop. And Raul's going to like this flop. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be very difficult for him to get action as he's got top set. Obviously, very difficult for your opponent to have anything when you've got top set.
It's a pretty sweet flop, you're right.
And now he's got a full house. Can't lose the pot unless he folds.
he's
and
getting
obviously
action.
he's never folding.
He's getting action. This Antonio is bluffing at this pot. It's the wrong one to bluff out. We can see that.
And Rule's going to raise here, just kind of hoping his opponent has an 8. Probably not necessary to raise here because if your opponent has an 8, he's going to continue betting. If he happens to be bluffing, why not give him enough rope to hang himself? All sorts of wonderful promotions going on that we will go through, including a free roll.
No way.
Yeah. Free money. We're giving
More
them away.
free money. They haven't run out because we've done quite a few free rolls.
On the next break. Next break will be dinner break for 1 hour. Informamos a los jugadores del main event que el próximo descanso será la 1 hora de cena.
And I see many people in the chat here. Valentin Malaya, George Stan, Gerald Leffler.
Looks like we're going to get plenty in this pot. As David's mentioned, the players are extremely deep stacked with a super generous structure here in Madrid. So we're going to see a lot of multi-way flops. If you like post-flop poker, you're probably going to get some today.
Yeah, if you like deep stack poker, and possibly related, we've actually canceled the deep stack tournament because this is basically a deep stack tournament by itself. And the people have come out in droves. Massive success here in Madrid. Beautiful city. I've spent a couple of days here already. The food is just phenomenal. Talk about that later. I know you're excited to hear all about the food.
We're all excited about
Yeah.
here's about the food you ate. It's a bit like someone telling someone about their dream, isn't it? I had the most amazing dream. May you listen to my dream.
I can't really hear what you're saying, Nick, but I'll just nod and look pretty.
Well, 1 out of 2.
So a pair of fours here for Antonius. He's going to bet with his ace-4. Raul with a pair of sevens. As you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, Raul an 85% chance to win this pot, but only if he sticks around and he lets it go. Nice little double barrel there from Antonius, takes it down. Again, these players extremely deep. We started with 88,000 chips each. Of course, this is just our first of the 888 Poker Live stops for 2020. Happy New Year to you all. Obviously, it's our first one for this new year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Good point.
Of course, our next stop will be at the end of March, kind of mid-March, really, Romania, the home of Dracula.
It was fun last year.
Yeah,
Back we go. Should be good.
quite exciting. Of course, after that, we go to Barcelona, a return trip to Sochi in August.
Are you going this year? To Sochi?
I am going to go, now that I know.
Behind the Iron Curtain.
I'm pretty excited about it. Do they let anybody in, or do I have to fill
No.
out some sort of forms?
You're going to be required to do paperwork.
I have to get a visa. Huh?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
But
King
mate,
High
it's
as well.
great. It's an amazing casino.
I'm really excited
It's
about
like
it.
Huge.
I saw the pictures. I was like, ooh,
Luxurious.
beautiful. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We will be here for 3, possibly 4, glorious days in Madrid. The turnout has been so amazing, and the structure is so generous, as Nick mentioned, that we may need an extra day to crown a champion. We'll see how this one plays out. Again, 740 entries spread out among the first 3 days. On day 1A, we had 180 entries. 93 got through. Day 2, day 1B, 286 entries. 149 got through. So it seems like just over 50% are making it through to day 2. And then today, I believe we have about 270.
What percent usually makes it through to day 2 in the 88 lives?
I think closer to like 30%
Yeah.
normally.
Okay.
Maybe even 25. Players,
Well.
I think we normally start with 50,000 chips, so players with an extra 38,000 to gamble with. It's going to make for great poker.
Someone was feeling generous, eh?
Free roll, starting in 16 minutes. Or no, I'm off my time again. What are we? Are we +1 GMT?
Yes. Yes.
So the free roll will start in an hour and 16 minutes? I want to say. Regardless, the free roll
Yes.
is definitely at 20 GMT.
I've used the internet, David.
Thank you.
I can confirm.
You're a genius like that.
Well, just have ideas.
Yeah, so the free roll will be in 1 hour and 16 minutes. The free roll password, very simple, 888poker. Get in on that one. David
Free money. It's free
Devchik
money.
says we need a tournament in Croatia. I'm on board.
Yeah, oh, that would be amazing. Croatia's cool.
Have you been?
I haven't.
It sounds cool, though.
No, it looks cool. I've seen many pictures. I have
Yes.
friends who've been, and yeah, we're up for it. Find us a
Sure.
casino, and by the looks of the way these events are going, you're going to need a casino with a big poker room. Seriously, every time we come to Spain, the turnout is amazing.
Yeah.
The Barcelona events are always huge. First Madrid event, huge.
This just in. It's apparent that Spaniards like poker.
They love some poker.
Yeah, and I think the price point is particularly attractive to a lot of the people. It's that kind of price point where the pros come out, the regulars come out, but you get a lot of amateurs to come in here as well. Angel with the ace-3, Claudio with the apropos 8-8.
You have to play it. You have to 3-bet it probably in an 888 live.
Have you enjoyed your stay in Madrid so far?
Yes, I went to an extremely exciting football match earlier today between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, a.k.a. the Madrid Derby, or Derby, as you would say.
So I hear that's quite a rivalry.
Yeah, although it's a bit big brother, little brother, because Real have had huge success and Atletico are always the underdogs.
Who won today?
Real.
What was the score?
1-0.
Oh.
But really, it could have been 2, 3, or 4 in the second half. Real were much better.
That's what check. Neither player with a spade in their hand on this 3-spade board.
And normally I would root for Atletico because they're the underdog, and Real are like the big machine.
And you're a blue-collar kind of guy.
That's obvious. Work with my hands. Just ask my wife. But today, obviously, I was a Real fan for the day because there were 80,000 Real fans and I wanted to fit in.
Yeah. That reminds me of a time that I watched the World Cup I was in the UK, I was in London, and I watched the World Cup game between England and USA.
Right.
In a bar.
Yeah.
Where it was filled with, I don't know, maybe 300 British fans.
Yeah. English.
And me.
English, not
English
British.
fans, my bad. Sorry, English fans and me. So I had a stifled cheer on when the U.S. team scored.
Did they score?
They did score. I think we tied you 1-1.
Oh,
yeah, your goalie let in just an absolute horrific goal.
Yeah, I blanked that from my mind. It was so
blacked
depressing.
out, yeah. Once again, thanks for joining us here, 888 Live. We are in Madrid. It's our first ever live event in Madrid. And I can't tell you how excited we are to be here. I'm not even kidding when I say it. I had probably one of the top 10 meals of my lifetime last night. It was that memorable. Every once in a while, you have a meal where the meal is so strikingly good, you would travel to that place again just for that food. And that was last night. They made a pasta dish for me. I went to, apparently, somebody told me it was the best Italian restaurant in Madrid. So I went there, and I'm doing an 888 Instagram takeover as we look at our leaderboard here. Yes.
Look at those chip stacks.
Yeah, I mean, our short stack has 187 big blinds.
He's going to need to make a move pretty soon. this orbit or next, I would guess.
He's probably feeling the pressure. But anyway, I was told that it was the best Italian restaurant in Madrid. We went, and they had a big wheel of cheese. They put the pasta inside the wheel and stirred it around before serving it to me on a plate. It was just astoundingly good.
I love that.
Once again, the free roll is in about an hour and 10 minutes. Registration for that will be open in about 10 minutes. And the password, very simple, is 888poker.
So as we're here, and you rarely get this opportunity, we're super deep stacked. You play cash poker, especially live, where you're super deep stacked. Run us through the... What are the differences? What are the big things how do we make chips when we're super deep stacked and everyone else is super deep stacked?
That's a heck of a question, Nick. No, in all fairness, I know we say it kind of half jokingly, but the truth be told, when I'm playing cash games, I would say the shorter stacks are probably 100 big blinds deep, and I'll sit down often with 300 or 400 big blinds. Generally speaking, your raise size pre-flop might be a little bit larger. That's one of the things you're going to do. You can't be afraid to leverage your stack a little bit more. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be putting somebody to the brink for all their chips, generally speaking.
Just explain, what does that phrase mean, leverage your stack? Just for people
use
use
them, basically.
Right.
In the sense that, when you're only... Most tournaments that we're seeing, you're maybe 50 big blinds deep.
Yes.
Generally speaking, a lot of times you're not deep enough to, triple barrel bluffs and stuff like that. But in a game like this, I mean, you can pick good opportunities where you can really use your stack as a weapon and put a lot of pressure on your opponent because you are so deep. I'm going to be looking for excuses to play hands in position. I still don't want to play too many hands out of position, especially deep stacked.
Yeah, especially deep stacked. Especially deep stacked because you're going to have to play all the streets much more often.
Right. And that's another part of the game as well. I mean, obviously, when we're 15 big blinds deep, the game is predominantly a pre-flop game. And obviously, if you're 400 big blinds deep, you're going to be playing flop, turn, and rivers. So it should benefit the better players, the more experienced players. It's one of the reasons why I believe day 1, 2, and 3 of the World Series of Poker main event really favors cash game players.
Yeah.
And the later part of that tournament the latter part of that tournament really favors the tournament players. And obviously, the players that are familiar in every aspect are going to do the best.
One of the mistakes I see as Eileen flops 2 pair, which is good analysis. One of the mistakes I see recreational players make when they're super deep is I don't feel they adjust for. So if you're putting in a ton of chips, how can I put it? Relative values of hands relative to stacks, because your stack to pot ratio is so big when you're super deep stacked. If you're putting in a lot of chips with top pair, for example, so if you're getting raised and you're calling and then you're calling a massive turn bet or whatever, like a lot of times you need a big hand to put in a ton of chips. And if you're getting lots and lots of action, a lot of times it means that you are.
I'd even say a hand like this is even a good example.
Like a 5-4, yeah. Like
you've got bottom
like
two pair.
Right.
If you start putting 200 big blinds in the pot on a 6-5, 4-2 spade board, I'm definitely wary. You know, obviously you could be up against 7-8, you could be up against a set, you could be up against a bigger 2 pair.
And this is, I think, why it's so much harder for poker enthusiast type players who aren't professionals to go against professionals in live cash games, because their mistakes are so much more amplified, right? So you can get it all in a normal tournament situation for like 40 big blinds. You'll still have equity even if you've made a mistake. Yeah. Right?
And how big a mistake can it be? I mean, let's say, for example, let's say you've got king-jack on a jack-high board.
Yeah. It can't be, really.
If you get your 32 big blind stack in there with that.
Incredibly hard for that to be a mistake. If you get 200 big blinds in there, an exact same hand, it can very easily be a terrible mistake.
I mean, I would tell you that if I'm 400, 500 big blinds deep and my opponents are as well, and I'm in position, I'm calling a lot of raises. I'm seeing a lot of flops, especially against the spots. If I have targeted a couple of players at the table who might be less experienced in deep stack poker, I'm going to be calling their raises just a ton. Putting pressure on them.
This is a fun hand. The third best hand in the hand is 3-betting, which is interesting.
And as deep as we are, this is a situation, if I'm Antonio, I'm not getting queued. I'm almost always 4-betting this.
Great spot. You definitely don't want to get queued. And I'll tell you something else as well. In the early levels of a no-limit hold'em tournament in Spain, you should never get queued, because I've seen some quite ridiculous things get paid off.
Yeah?
You should be doing exactly what he's done. I mean, it's pretty enormous 4-bet. Like, I'm all for a big 4-bet in that spot, but that's super huge.
And I believe Claudio has already folded. And if you're Antonius, pretty easy fold when you get. Keep in mind, this was Claudio entering the pot as well under the gun, so a lot of strength. Oh, and action back over to Claudio. So this is actually a weird little hand here. So Claudio actually limped in, raised. Antonio just called the raise. Then it was 3-bet.
Oh, so in that case, the 4-bet is actually maybe not that great, because it looks he's basically turning his hand over. Is that so? He called a raise.
He called a raise. Then there was a 3-bet. Then a call of the 3-bet, by the way.
Yeah, and
Then the 4-bet.
See, that's a different matter, isn't it? Because now he's only.
Are you still calling?
He's only got aces and kings, right?
Alright, information for main event players. In about 1 hour, you will have a dinner.
I don't think I'd flat in the first place because everybody's got so many chips. Oh, did Antonio go back to back? He did.
Wow.
Back to back aces. 220 to 1 times 220 to 1.
That's fantastic. I want to thank you all for joining us. We're here for at least 3 glorious days. We'll stream for about 4 or 5 hours tonight, another 6 or 7 hours tomorrow, and then the duration on Monday. That could be, I don't know what. Are you ready to sit in a room with me for 18 hours?
Nope. Keeps happening, but I'm never ready for it.
That is just a perfect flop for aces. Look at this flop. Queen, deuce, deuce, rainbow. It's a raised pot. Your opponents are almost never going to have an ace, a deuce in their range. And you're just crushing everything. He's bet about half the pot. I would bet, if I'm going to bet here, I would probably bet a lot smaller. Give my opponent just a little bit of rope here. I mean, you're just so far ahead of everything they have.
Yeah, it's like the driest board possible, isn't it?
A big smile from the man who's got back-to-back aces. Let's see if he can do it 3 times in a row. Shout out to our great crew. Set this up on the fly, as they always do. So as I mentioned, we'll be in Romania, end of March. That's right, Bucharest. Absolutely gorgeous. If you're the party type, it's a good city for you, as we know Nick is.
Every day, man. And every night. I am relentless.
We have free rolls every day at 8 p.m. GMT. And we will be giving you that password each and every day when we start.
I've got really important information for you.
Oh, I love
this is
information.
really important. Claudio in seat 4 is a big Portugal TV celeb.
Really? What kind of celeb?
He took part in Portugal's Big Brother, called Secret Story, and then he's the winner of Portuguese TV show Love on Top, which means that I'm going to spend the rest of the night finding out more about Love on Top.
Yeah, I'd like to know what he won and how he won that.
I mean...
So Claudio, our Portuguese celebrity.
Yeah.
I like it. Eileen, by the way, was the original raiser. Antonio called out of the big blind. Antonio, by the way, after picking up back-to-back aces, now picks up 9s. And he is going to take that one down as Eileen folds her 5s. Love on top. There he is.
I'm going to now tell you about Love on Top.
Oh, I'm excited.
A dream woman and a perfect man are the hosts of a luxurious home where 5 single men and 5 single women will do anything to win them over, but the task will not be easy. Every day, the applicants are subject to evaluation of the hosts. At the end of the week, each week, geez, how long has it gone for? They nominate 2 candidates from the women's group and 2 from the men's group that they dislike the most, and they deserve to leave the competition. So they basically have to seduce the hosts. That's the
5 women and 5 men
have
to seduce
the perfect man and woman. Yeah.
And he was able to seduce the perfect woman?
He must have seduced the perfect woman. This is what I'm thinking from this. And you can see why with the pastel jumper nonchalantly tied around his neck. And look at that look.
I'm sitting here and
you're beginning to be seduced, aren't you?
Yeah, I can feel the seduction.
And he hasn't even said anything directly to you. So
right. He's not even trying.
Amazing.
That's fantastic, though. So a Portuguese celebrity. I love it.
I'm looking here on Wikipedia. He was top boy. Top boy Claudio Coelho.
Wow. Can we get a picture of the woman host that he was able to seduce?
Yeah, you go straight there. Typical.
Well, we've seen him. I'm curious, and are they still together?
Oh, I don't know if it works like that. Do they actually enter into some sort of
Well, what a
partnership?
tease. So he spends weeks seducing this woman, and then what, just leaves her? She's like, yeah, you've seduced me? Claudio is in this pot once again, and I like this. Claudio's really being aggressive, and I think you can be.
Like, you can't seduce a perfect woman without a little bit of drive, you know?
I would think, yeah.
You can't just, like, backseat it and go, well, hopefully she'll come to me.
Clearly.
I'm not surprised it's
You'll see in our
aggressive.
background all these promotions blast. There's so much to talk about, and obviously we have the next 3 days to go over everything. Some really exciting stuff going on 888 Poker, and we will cover it all for you. You asked earlier on, what are the adjustments that I'm making playing deep stack poker? And I would say, when you're playing this deep stack, you really have to be willing to adjust and adapt to your table. There are going to be some tables that you've got a few players that are really kind of loose and aggressive and playing every hand. And I think in those cases, you've got to play a different style. And if you're playing at a table with a bunch of passive players, you're also going to want to adjust your style. So be willing. As should always be the case when you're playing poker, to be willing to adjust. I think that's even more the case when you're deep stack. Anyway.
Definitely.
Did we
yeah, of course it is. And
find out more?
In a tournament, no, I'm working on it. In a tournament, there's a very good chance that you get to do something you don't always get to do in a tournament, which is play a whole day or like multiple levels with the same players, because there's going to be so much fewer players busting. So like David says, you should really be zeroing in on their individual tendencies and how you can exploit them. If everyone's sitting with 20, 30 big blinds, you're just not going to see enough, enough to learn their tendencies really, or not as anything like as much as you would at a table like this.
I now know this gentleman, when he only has 25 big blinds, if he flops top pair, he's going with it.
He tends to go with it. Yeah,
that's great.
Helpful.
Speaking of top pair here, Antonio has picked up top pair here with King Queen. Now we're almost got a little bit of an interesting spot, and look at this backdoor magic. Had a pair of eights, picked up a flush draw on the turn, and then gets there. Let's see if Antonio's going to pay him off, and he does. Antonio's not a believer. Antonio can't beat two pair, can't beat a straight, can't beat the flush, but is not a believer. And he pays off what was a pretty hefty bet. That was a 10,000 chip bet into an 8,800 chip pot. So I don't think when he bets that much, he's doing what's called polarizing his holding. Well, I don't think he's doing that with two pair or a set. He's doing that with like basically a flush or nothing.
He bets big when he has it, is my read.
Right.
On.
Well, he bet 10,000 into 8,800 and got paid off by just King Queen.
Well, he made that 20,000 3 bet with aces, didn't he? So big bets, big hands.
No. You'll see in the bottom right of your screen the little iPad flashing 00. That is our timer, as is the case in all of our main events, all of our 888 live main events. There is a shot clock. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. If they need more time than that, then they have to use one of their time extension chips. I want to welcome all of you into the chat here. Darius, Souza, William Hendon, Marcos Rafael, Valentin, thanks for joining us. If you have any questions for us, of course, you can ask in the chat. You can also tweet us at Tuck on Sports, at Nick Wellfall.
Nice flop.
Nice.
It's the wrong way around on the graphics, so you don't get the full effect.
Angel, as I look at him in his very fashionable maroon sweater.
David Martin, Texas 2-5. David Martin, Texas 2-5.
How the hell's going to stay aggressive? That's enough for Raul to toss his pair of sixes into the muck. Again, players started with 88,000 chips. Action is on Eileen. She's going to call. And that's kind of one of the traps people get into. I mean, Jack 6 suited, obviously, a very speculative hand. If you're going to play that hand, deep stack, nothing wrong with it if you're playing it on the button, maybe, in the cutoff, maybe. Like I said, I'm definitely reaching here. But in early position, those are the hands that are really going to get you in trouble. Because even when you flop a monster, how are you going to maximize your value?
You're like cuz, and in my head I'm going, it's shitty.
Yeah. I'm trying to... Like I said, I mean, I think in position you can look for excuses to play hands, but I think you've got to be careful out of position. Just so few flops you're going to be really comfortable in.
The early series of High Stakes Poker, the television show, which were amazing TV.
Yeah.
However, like, you could see these guys who thought that they could play any two cards and, like...
It's deep stack.
Because it's deep stack. And they're playing them, like, from early position, like, just limping in with, like, Elliot Lesser limping in with, like, 6-2 suited and stuff. And they just got murdered. You cannot do it.
I mean, I would actually tell you that the deeper you get, the more the unsuited Broadway cards actually get you in a lot of trouble as well in early position, like King Jack off suit. That kind of hand is just really troublesome in early position.
What do we call those kind of hands, David?
What do we call them?
Yeah, reverse implied odds hands.
Yeah.
Because if a lot of money goes into the pot, you probably have the worst hand.
I mean, the great Doyle Brunson used to talk about that hand is just trash.
Mm.
David.
Yeah, he
picked
did
up
actually. Yeah, that's in Super System, isn't it? He talks about it. Yeah, he was so far ahead of the curve. Can you imagine being Doyle 50 years ago? Must have been. He must have just laughed himself to sleep every day, because he just did all the stuff that's now normal.
Right.
But back then was like no one understood at all.
I mean, he wasn't just ahead, though. I mean, you think about it and go, okay, if you and I could just go back, say, 10, 12 years, we'd be like, wow, how much ahead of the game we are. He's here, but like in 1975, when guys were, if they were four-betting, it was always aces.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing. Do you see that thing today on Twitter? That Doyle has bet at least $20,000 on every Super Bowl from Super Bowl 1.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he said anyway.
$20,000 on every single Super Bowl.
At least.
At least,
Bet
right.
a lot more.
I'm sure.
Like at his peak, but like from Super Bowl 1.
Is he up or down?
A good question.
That I don't know. Of course, the Super Bowl is tomorrow night, and pretty excited about that. So we're going to be, it makes for a great Sunday. We're going to be talking about poker, watching poker here in Madrid, and then, of course, the Super Bowl will follow up right after our broadcast.
We need to find a location. It won't be on normal Spanish TV, I don't think.
It's got to be on something. It's a Super Bowl. Super Bowl plays in like 248 countries.
Oh, you think? You think they'll have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They play it everywhere. It's a Super Bowl.
Stop saying it's the Super Bowl.
It's the one game a year where people are like, oh, yeah, I care about American sports.
I was having an in-depth conversation with my wife earlier today about our bets. We've got 15 so far today, but more to follow. She's very into for years now, very into the halftime bets.
Yeah, live like in-game betting is such an exciting part of sports betting these days, and you see a lot of people kind of utilizing that.
She bets on the coin toss, David.
Say it again.
She bets on the coin toss.
Well, why not? I saw a particular site where you can bet on the color of Gatorade that will be poured on the winning team, the winning coach.
Yeah, and there's been a real rush on purple because of Kobe Bryant.
Right, that's a good shout. And purple, whether it was a long shot.
But I think it's made up. Like, I don't think it's like nobody said we're going to do purple because of Kobe. They've just assumed.
They just assume that maybe there's a chance that they'll do a tribute to Kobe by making purple Gatorade. And I noticed that at one particular site, purple Gatorade was plus 1,200 because it's such a long shot. You don't usually see purple Gatorade.
Right. When we looked today, it was odds on. It was 5 to 6 of purple Gatorade.
Wow,
yeah.
That's terrible value.
It's just been bet like crazy.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. Maybe somebody has inside information.
Anyway, my lock of the day: national anthem over 2 minutes 4 seconds.
Over 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Because she's sung 5 times in public. The first 4 times she was under 2 minutes. However, she then had a lot of personal trauma in her life. She disappeared from whatever. Her first public appearance singing the national anthem since her comeback was at the Conor McGregor fight, and she went 2:10.
And she was how long?
2:10.
Ooh.
So I feel like she's gone through this personal trauma. This is the biggest appearance of her life, Super Bowl, national anthem. She's going long. That's how I see it.
Over 204.
That's how I see it.
Okay, I like it. How about you? How do you feel about Eileen B's aces out of the small blind? Pot is 3K.
I feel like she has a very good flop for aces, but unfortunately for her, her opponents have not connected.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's got a pair of nines. Probably stick around for at least one bet. No, he folds right away. And this hand, in all likelihood, is over.
Yeah, she's quite unlucky not to get a call from the nines on a single raise pot.
Polo Portela says, can I choose another table to watch? No, unfortunately, you cannot. You are stuck with this table. But I will tell you that
I can't believe you didn't tell him that he could click.
I should have.
Yeah, if you click the side of your screen, you
Is your client broken? I don't know. No, we will we'll have different tables throughout the next 3 days, and I can almost promise you that on day 2 we will definitely have some 888 ambassadors at our featured table. Is that a safe promise to make? Having an 888 ambassador?
I think it's very safe. We may not even have one in the tournament right now. I don't know, because there are so many different flights.
Look at Raul's picture, by the way, the gentleman with ace king from the hijack seat in the bottom left corner of your screen who just 3-bet. He looks like he's ready to seduce you as well. It's a very seductive look. David O has been quiet. Has 129,000 chips. That's another thing also. When you're this deep, and the levels are, relatively long, about 50 minutes long, I believe, there's no rush. I will tell you that as well. If you some advice at the World Series of Poker main event. Wow, what a flop for 8-7
What a
hearts.
flop, Jesus.
My gosh.
That
Top
will,
pair,
like-
gut shot, straight flush draw.
He'll wait a lot of weeks until he gets a flop like that again.
Yeah. I have seen people complain about like their day one table draw. And my attitude has always kind of been, well, then just don't play many hands. You don't need to.
That's a great point.
It's especially the World Series of Poker main event. The levels are 2 hours long.
I think because it's the World Series of Poker main event, people get so amped up as like it's their big shot for the year. Then they feel, but like that's like a form of quite subtle but quite powerful tilt, I think. You know, if you're sitting there feeling like a bit victimized and like,
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the same thing goes here. I think with 88,000 chips, obviously the levels aren't quite as long, so you can't be sitting around all day. But I would tell you that you can be patient. You can wait for good hands. You can play hands in position if you happen to have some tough players at your table. Raul still far behind, as you can see, drawing for an ace or a king. The king cannot be a heart.
This is really stubborn from Raul on the...
Yeah, I don't really know. Now, Raul does have the ace of hearts, but if anything, that would make me more inclined to think that my opponent has a made hand. You know, because I'm blocking some flush draws.
Yeah, absolutely. And also this is a good example of, yeah, you're deep, and yeah, you had a good hand and you 3-bet it, but so just let go. Like, you're going to get so much better situations.
The problem is, you're not even really, I mean, you're a dog against all the draws as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you're in horrible shape. You're in horrible shape against almost everything that he'd suddenly decide to check you raise you with.
It's tough sometimes. You have ace king. I mean, I guess maybe he's thinking if the heart comes off, I can represent it.
I just think, like, in these tournaments, deep stacked, you know pretty quickly at your table if anyone's going to be, like, really splashy. And then most of the rest of the time, people are going to play pretty straightforward. And especially with check raising, you just don't see that much check raising.
Angel's in a bit of danger right now with just 143 big blinds. As you can see, the blinds are 200, 400, the 400 big blind ante. Almost feels pointless to even mention at this point, but all of the 888 events are now with a big blind ante. There's the free roll. Password is 888poker. Nick Wealthall, the one and only.
Hello.
Nick Wealthall alongside me.
Nice to be back with you, David. In 2020, the year of perfect vision. Chinese year of perfect vision, isn't it? Sorry, we're laughing because we have a little problem with sound, and we know you can hear us, but we can't hear each other.
Which might make for the best commentary ever of our careers.
Yeah, maybe it will.
Roll with kings. This is kind of a little snaky here. So roll under the gun +2. Limps in. Eileen, who likes to play a lot of hands, as we can see. She's limping in as well with the queen 6. Angel decides, okay, sure, I've got ace 9, why not? That brings Antonio in, that brings in Claudio.
How did everybody miss? That's really hard to do. Everybody missed.
Yeah.
Raul wins, looks like.
Did you say that Claudio was the Portuguese?
Yeah.
Not Antonio.
No.
Oh, I think we were looking at the wrong gentleman then.
I wasn't. I was talking about his pastel jumper seductively tied across his neck.
Ah.
I had the right gentleman. If you were getting seduced by another person,
I was.
that's your business.
Yeah, Antonio was actually seducing me.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
Well, at least we won't be fighting over
No.
over the same one. That would be bad.
Antonio's mine. Stay away.
Okay, dude. I'll step back.
Mentioned the Blast before. That was the Blast Sit and Go is an exciting sit and go game where you can win big. 3 players are in for a fun surprise as they compete for a randomly drawn prize pool in a time-limited Blast Sit and Go. Prize pool up to 10,000 times your buy-in.
Crazy.
That's insane.
Fun.
10,000 times your buy-in.
That would be fun.
Antonios raising to 1100. Claudio on the button in there with queen 10. Not 110, but 2 10s for Claudio.
Now that is seductive.
Antonios has a gut shot, but as we can see, the gut shot is no good for him because that would give Claudio a full house. For those of you in the chat who are joining us, my Spanish is below average, un poquito español. So if you
It is, yeah.
if you ask any questions in Spanish, I may or may not be able to understand them. So if somebody can translate for us, that would be great.
De nada, David. That's my... I was shouting some Spanish at the football.
Were you?
Yeah. Vamos. I shouted that.
I know that.
Yeah.
This is a check bet call. Antonios decides to check call the king 9. Claudio, I would imagine, is going to continue betting, and he does. Bets 3,100 now into a pot of 5,800. Action back over to Antonios. Antonios wearing the warm-up suit in the center of your screen. Black glasses. I lean on his left. And check folds the turn. And there's the Portuguese realities TV star.
Yes.
Yeah, I was under the impression that the gentleman to his left, wearing the black jumper,
Right.
2 earrings, I thought he was the
You were finding
Portuguese.
him more seductive.
I thought I wouldn't say more, but I thought he was seductive just the same. In the background, you see the 2020 World Series of Poker Road to Vegas mega package. That's right, you can win your seat to the World Series of Poker on 888 Poker. You can also win it in this tournament. The
But you
winner of
know-
this event will win a main event seat.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Huge cherry on the top. Do you know what a mega package is, David, without looking?
Obviously,
Yeah.
package that is really magnificently
Mega.
Yeah.
You get
What do you get?
a main event entry,
Oh, love it.
a crazy 8 entry.
Oh,
So you get 2 bracelet events in your mega package.
what
Plus
else?
like 12 nights or something?
12 nights accommodation.
12 nights accommodation, flights, a date with me. It's amazing. It's the full... No,
They
wait.
could date with you?
That's not part of it. But you get... It's mega.
You won't even be there, will you?
Probably not.
You know what, though? I will add to that if you want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it. I don't want to deter anybody from winning this. If you win and you want to, you can have a beer with me. How's that? I'll even buy the beer.
He will.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. So Crazy Eights, that was the tournament that Vivian Saliba finished in 4th last year for 300,000 and change.
Was she 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a huge tournament.
By the way, you can qualify for that mega package. I mean, imagine it's a $15,000 package.
Yeah, it's huge.
Imagine how much it would cost you to qualify for something like that. Take a
lot,
wild
right?
guess.
Like $100.
At least, right?
At least.
Yeah. How about 1 penny?
Shut the front door.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's real. It's actually real. You can do
It
it right
is real.
now.
They have steps that are starting from just 1 cent. And obviously, if you want to start up a little higher in the ladder, you can. But just a fantastic way to kind of give yourself a chance at a life-changing experience. If you've never been to Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker, it is a tournament like no other, an experience like no other. And I tell anybody who's a poker fan, and I assume if you're watching this, you are a poker fan, I tell anybody to put that on your bucket list. Make sure you get out to Vegas 1 year at least for the World Series of Poker, and why not do it on 888 Poker?
Yeah, do it and don't pay full price. That's the plan.
Oh.
Exciting.
Now this is another situation. Okay, so deep stacked. I mean, again, these players are well over 200 big blinds deep. I'm not looking to get it all in with jacks pre-flop. You know,
No.
I'm not really looking to get it all in with ace king suited pre-flop.
No. But I would always 3-bet the ace king suited. It's such a strong hand. It's such a good 3-betting hand.
And if they 4-bet, you can just call. Actually, you're
Yeah.
deep enough to call their 4-bet.
Suited ace king is like...
Raul, of course, in there with queen 7 is going to outflop
Well,
everybody.
when you don't 3-bet, that's what happens, isn't it? You let people in. That is funny that queen 7's winning this. Poker is a sometimes silly game.
Now, I think if you decide to play the ace-king in this manner, keeping in some of the weaker aces, keeping in some of the weaker kings, Eileen does the smart thing here on a queen 6-5 2-club board of just, okay, I missed completely. I'm just going to fold. And it's smart.
Mm-hmm.
Don't allow yourself to get into a situation where mistake begets mistake. Raul now open-ended to go along with top pair.
I can't see a huge incentive for Antonio to bet again here.
Well, pot is 10,400. Antonius is going to bet again, trying to, I imagine, it's not a bluff. I mean, he's trying to get value from, I imagine, clubs. Raul's got the perfect hand he does call with eyes, right?
I mean, you've bet 3k into 10k, so you've given your opponent odds for a lot of draws. It's basically the kind of bet that makes your opponent play perfectly.
Yeah.
When he's winning, he's going to put more chips in the pot. When he's got the odds to get his draw, he's going to put more chips in the pot. When you're beating him, he's mostly folding. I don't know.
Not much point in raising if you're Raul. I mean, you've got top pair. You've got a nice draw. There you go. You hit your draw as well. It's a horrific card if you're Antonius. 'Cause some of the hands that you might have been beating, like 7-6, 8-7, are now there. It's kind of a good bluff card. If I had clubs here and I had missed, let's say I had, jack-high flush draw type hand, and I went check, call, I might lead river on this river card.
Yeah, there's not that many combinations of clubs, are there? Like, that you would get that far with? I don't think there's that many bluffs, is what I'm saying.
Well, just because of his pricing on the turn, I don't know if he's folding any clubs. Is he? I mean, if he had called pre-flop with like a hand like, say, king, deuce of clubs, is he check folding the turn to a 3,000 chip bet?
I mean, if he's calling like all of his suited clubs before the flop, then yeah, but
Right.
I don't know if he is. I don't know. Anyway, he did fold. Jacks were pretty much a bluff catcher at the end.
One of the strategies that I'll employ sometimes, especially, again, this is another thing you can do in your deep stack, is when you do have a draw, you try to figure out different ways to possibly win the pot without making the best hand, and you figure, okay, well, I've got X number of outs to make the best hand, and then maybe I have other outs where I can bluff. Bluff outs, I call them. Nicholas Constantis wants to know when the what the password is for the 888 free roll, Nick.
It's 888poker. We're up with the development team all night on that one. Just trying to work out what would be best. 888poker gets you a shot of free money.
I want to hear a story where somebody wins a free roll, or just, cashes in the free roll, uses that free roll money to play in the World Series of Poker 2020 online qualifying satellites, wins a package there, and then cashes in the main event.
Yeah, that would be absolutely awesome.
Pair of nines here for Eileen. Up and down for Antonio. Does not get there. Nice little run out here for Eileen, and she's going to go to Showdown. She's going to win it. Eileen's VPIP right now is like 97%.
And her plus minus on the session is like 0. It's just like, played every hand, I've made no progress.
I believe this is a re-entry tournament as well.
I guess it is.
I mean, the problem
They
is
usually are.
I imagine that the players, they might re-enter a different flight. I imagine with 88,000 chips, though, you're just not seeing that many eliminations early. And by the time you do get eliminated, you're not ready to, you've already played poker for, say, 8 hours. You're not going to play another. You're not going to, let me re-enter that night. If you are watching this and you're within a reasonable distance from Madrid, or you're in Madrid and you want to play, there is a turbo flight tomorrow, day 1D. As I mentioned, we have about 750 entries already. So this is shaping up to be quite the prize pool. See the background there? 888 Live Poker Bucharest. Yep, that's our next stop. We'll be there in March. Lawrence Bren says, free money, I'm in. Yeah, who doesn't like free money?
It's my favorite kind of money.
A lot of sixes here, 665.
And we're closing in on dinner, so the play is chilled out. Players thinking about their stomachs.
Mega package. Qualify online only with 888 poker.
You like the mega package?
I
don't
do.
you?
I'm
It
excited about it.
excites you. Yeah,
I'm excited.
yeah. So much better than a normal package.
The wife actually came with me to Madrid, and we've been exploring the city, and I think we like it so much that we're contemplating moving here. And I'm telling you now, if we move here, I'm going to do my best to win that mega package.
So you're going to move your family here in order to have a shot at the mega package.
Well, I'm not saying that's the only reason I would move here, but that's another
It's a big
bonus.
piece of the pie chart. Like,
Yeah, I think that's another bonus of moving here.
right.
Raise from Antonio onto the gun with queens. Like, okay, this is a good example. Jack 9
Antonio's had
suited.
aces twice and queens
Yeah.
in about 20 hands.
And he's the annoying thing is he tells his friends, he goes, yeah, I picked up aces twice, nines, queens, won all of them. And, oh, wow, so many chips do you have? 20,000 lower than starting stack.
Yeah.
It's often the case in level
Depressing.
1. Or level 3, whatever we're in right now. Antonio bets. Antonio takes it. So I see some people in the chat here. Nicholas is from Cyprus.
Good name, strong name.
Are you a Nicholas?
Yeah, officially. But no one ever calls me it.
Ever?
Almost never.
Again, blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante, so 1,000 in the pot.
It's hard to get people to do a 3-syllable name. Like you're always going to get shortened.
Yeah.
It's too much effort for people, especially in the age of Instagram, and just need it fast.
And my oldest child is Phineas. So it's too many syllables, you're saying?
So he's Finn.
Finn.
He's going to be
Finny.
Finn all his life. People like 1 syllable.
How about this flop here? Jack, Jack 8, pocket 8s for Sergey. 888 working for
wow.
him.
And he's got
And-
Antonio has a straight flush draw, and Raul has a baby flush draw. So
Yeah.
club on the turn is what we need for some fireworks.
Yeah, and Antonio, I mean, normally you think you've got pocket eights on a jack 8 jack board, and you're thinking, okay, well, I'm looking pretty good here. But Antonio does have 2 outs.
He does, yeah.
That's not one of them.
God,
Ace diamonds, wow.
God, I'd be tilted if I lost.
But Claudio is still in there with a gut shot. He now picks up a flush draw as well.
Okay, we're in serious.
There's the queen. Antonio, well, I put in air quotes here, gets there.
Gets there, and by that you mean win second place.
Yeah. Sergey just calls.
What?
Scared of the ace jack, scared of queen jack. Possibly scared that he couldn't get called by worse if he raised.
Give him a chance.
I mean, all right, I will say this. Deep stack poker, I'm raising there, okay, 100%. But I will say that if you were to raise with 8s there
Yeah.
and then got re-raised,
Yeah, but that's different.
you're hating life.
Yeah, but that's different.
I'm just saying. And
Yeah,
again, I'm raising. I'm just pointing out
Yeah,
that
but you
if
can't
you
make,
raise and then get re-raised, you're
you
kind
can't
of
make your value raises
concerned.
only when you would fold if you get re-raised, especially against loose players
Right.
early in a tournament. That's not the right way to go. But I wouldn't have played the hand like that anyway. But I always end up doing the same speech, but just like stop slow playing crap is good advice for most people. Like if you make a big hand, just bet it.
Mm.
And especially like people have got a ton of chips, multi-way pots, like so much going on. Like, okay, sometimes you're going to get folds, but you can't miss that value. Like this is your time to harvest when you have a big hand.
Time to harvest. I like that.
Yeah.
Especially in that particular spot. I mean, that bet was like, I think he bet 3,000 into 10. Now, I mean, maybe in a
Well,
situation.
he didn't raise at any point.
No. And I'm trying to think, there's a situation like, had my opponent suddenly on the river bet 12,000 into 10, 15 into 10, I guess I can imagine a scenario where like, you know what, it's a huge bet. He's pretty much saying that he's got a full house or better.
Family pot.
Everybody's in there. It's kind of what you expect in this kind of game. You know,
Like
maybe I don't find a raise there with bottom full.
Yeah.
But a small bet, though, I'm raising 100%. Absolutely, no doubt. King 6 deuce, 2 hearts out there. I think sevens are still in the lead here. See in the top center of your screen, that shot clock. That's how much time the players have to act.
Most people listening to this stream, most people in this tournament would have made a lot more money from poker in their lives if they just value bet more often and didn't change anything else about their game.
I think people are just for whatever reason, are terrified of being raised, or also terrified of like raising or value betting and getting called by a better hand.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, people thought that they just think they're like, well, when I value bet, I should have the best hand here, like always,
Yeah.
which is entirely wrong.
Entirely wrong, yeah.
You should actually have the better
You're right.
hand.
You're right. People do think like that. But it is the number one way. It doesn't matter how good you get at bluffing or being aggressive. Value betting and getting paid is still going to be your number one source of chips in poker right through your poker career. Because how else do you get somebody's money in? The only way you can get their money is if you have a stronger hand than they have a strong hand. But you have a better hand, right? And I think people's playing style doesn't reflect that simple truth.
Let's see if Claudio can seduce his opponent out of this pot. Nope, not going to happen.
I should have saved that for like the final table day because that was really good. That what I just said there.
You know what? Listen.
That was gold. I should have saved it.
Save it. You can do it again.
I can just do it again, can't
Yeah,
I?
do it again.
Yeah,
It's
they
fine.
won't. They won't notice.
Nobody's listening.
They won't notice, and it's going to be in 72 hours.
Right.
They won't notice.
Once again, the free roll coming up in just 20 minutes. Registration is open right now. Password is 888poker. Jump in there now. Blinds 200, 400, or 400 big blind ante. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888poker. AC Racing, thank you so much. Appreciate it. If you're not sure what the time chips look like, they say time on them. Nick, can you figure it out?
Yep. Got it.
Okay.
They're sort of rectangular and
Blue.
blue with white writing.
And they say time on them.
That's it. And they can do the impossible.
I would imagine even Sam Sobrel wouldn't be able to mistake that one.
They can literally buy you time.
Get a raise here from our Raul under the gun with sixes.
Oh, that's a really interesting question. If somebody invented an actual token that could buy you time in your life,
Oh,
what would the market rate be? Like
I mean
per
like
hour?
per right? Okay.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true.
There would be a price.
Yeah, it's an enormous price. And unfortunately, that I would imagine even the middle class would get priced out of that very quickly.
Yeah, that's true actually.
I would imagine the top 3% of the world would have the corner on that.
Yeah.
Claudio had a nice flop for his hand. Not the turn he's necessarily looking for. Now with the Queen 9-10 Jack out there, he's got a top pair. Antonio with the straight. And Claudio reluctantly folds, scratches his right ear, and moves on. Claudio, by the way, on 170,000 chips. He has done a heck of a job of seducing his opponents out of their chips.
Sorry, I just find that funny. It'd be funny if that's what he was actually doing. Hello. You seem to have a tremendous amount of 500s, and can I just say, beautiful eyes.
Is Liverpool that good this year?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. They're breaking like all the records.
So do they have first place in the Premier League locked up in February 1st?
Close to.
How unexciting.
They've played 25 games and they've won 24 of them. It's never been done. It's just
They draw the last one? Or they
they
tied?
drew one, yeah.
They drew
Yeah,
against two?
Manchester United.
Wow. That's amazing.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
So like everybody else is just playing for second place.
Pretty much.
That is insane.
Yeah. Never thought I'd see
I don't
the
remember
day.
the last time there's been domination like that. Was that like Arsenal back like in 2000?
They had a
2001?
team. Arsenal had a team that didn't lose a game all season. That's only been done once.
Was that like 2000? Right on there?
Something around there, yeah. I mean, Man City were very dominant 2 years ago. They got 100 points.
Talk about a wet board. Queen, Jack, 10, all diamonds. And nobody has a diamond in their hand. Antonius with a pair of jacks. King gives him the straight draw.
He's going to wager.
I would imagine this hand is over. It is. Raul's going to get rid of his jack. Antonius sporting the 888 patch. Gets a nice smile from Eileen. She's got a lovely smile, doesn't she?
I think she's having fun. Good for her.
This is just day one of our coverage of the 888 main event here in Madrid. We'll be commentating for about 4 hours or so. Kind of a little bit of a taster.
A sampler, yeah.
Like that.
An amusing boosh.
Tomorrow, probably about 7 hours, and the last day, strap yourself in.
For 2.5 days of live, uninterrupted poker.
What's the longest you ever
have just like
commentated
beards.
on one event straight?
I don't know.
I had a 24-hour commentating session.
Did you? I haven't done that.
I did
How
24
come?
hours. I mean, we had
Wow.
a dinner break, so there was like
Oh, well.
there was a 45-minute dinner break, and then we
That
had
must have been refreshing.
and then every 2 hours we'd have like a 15-minute
Yeah.
break, like a normal, but it was
What event
24
was
hours.
this?
It was a cash game.
Oh.
It was
How many did you...
way back in the day, $1 million cash game.
How many shifts did you get paid for?
Just
Like
just the one shift.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's horrendous.
I fired my agent after that.
Yeah.
I'm my agent, by the way.
But you fired yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't understand what we're saying, but you can read Spanish, well, then just look at the screen. There you have it. The free roll. Starting in just 14 minutes.
Participa hoy a las 2100. I can't do the numbers.
Unete a nosotros. Participa en el torneo, 888 euros. Am I saying it right?
Yes.
I feel like my Spanish
Yes,
accent is fantastic.
Yes, you're nailing it. Yeah. It's indistinguishable.
People probably just assume I'm from here, right?
I think that's very likely. This is a great 3-betting spot. Ace 5 suited on the button. You got a 3-bet. Oh, it wasn't even raised. It was limped. You got a raise. He did.
Plano Traveler asking what the prize pool looks like. We actually have the prize pool is not determined yet.
Still building.
Yeah, registration is still open. There's actually a day 1D. It's a turbo event tomorrow, but day 2 will start tomorrow. How about top 2 pair for Antonio? Every time I look up, Antonio's got a big hand, yet he still only has 65,000 chips. That's also another trap that I think players get themselves into when they're really deep. They play too many hands. They pick up some big ones that they, invariably win, and they wonder how they don't have a lot of chips, and they realize, no, you call a lot and then fold, and you just bleed off chips.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what happens. Yeah, you see that in any casino cash game. Players doing that. Yeah, just because you have a lot of chips in front of you doesn't make hands profitable when they didn't used to be profitable. It doesn't turn losers into winners, unfortunately. You just feel richer. But
Amer Shahir says, how are we going to get the password? Well, you just got to ask for it.
it's 888poker.
He didn't ask for it.
888poker.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Password's in, for the free roll, by the way, registration is open right now. Password is in 13 minutes. Yeah, we make 2 stops. You mentioned it. We make 2 stops a year now in Spain. Barcelona in May. And then, of course, here, Madrid. So let's see what we got in the house here. We have Valentin is from Romania. Lawrence is from Canada. What part of Canada? Plano Traveler from Texas.
What time is it in Texas now? Like morning
8 hours? No, like 7 hours earlier?
than here.
Well, California's 9 hours
From here.
from here.
Is it?
Yeah. So I would assume it's probably like 1:49 p.m. Texas. Is that
In
right?
Austin, 12:49 in El Paso.
Yeah, I know it's
Texas
11:49 in the morning in
Texas
Vegas.
has 2 time zones. David Tuckman, can you name the other 4 states that have 2 time zones? Oh no, there's loads. Oh my god, you can have points for any of them. So I can tell you.
Are you asking me a question or are you just telling me now? I'm confused by all of this. Antonio, kind of an odd bet there, but, maybe going for some thin value at the king-queen. A little bit of a blocker bet.
There are 13 states that have more than 1 time zone in them in America.
13?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll give you a point for anyone that you can.
Arizona.
No.
The funny thing about Arizona is I don't believe Arizona changes time no matter what. I think they try to keep it.
Okay.
They don't even bother doing it, Arizona. So Texas is clearly one.
Texas, yes.
Texas is clearly one.
Yes.
States that have more
This is
than
a
one
good trivia
time zone.
question
That is
for
really
American
13?
people. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I had no idea. No idea. How is that even possible? Like, it must be
Some
so
states are very big.
So no, but it just must be confusing.
I would think so. You drive like I mean,
Right.
like it's an hour later, like the next block over.
I'd be using that in meetings the whole time. You're late. I'm not. I'm early. I
Right.
promise you.
Oh man, 13 states. Why don't we put it out there to the audience? I'm curious.
They're just going to Google.
Yeah, good
They're
point.
just going to cheat.
13. Right, I can't.
I mean, you're not even guessing.
I'm trying to think of states that are big enough, but not just like long. Like Colorado is
They've got to be
long,
east.
but
They've got
it's
to be east-west, haven't
right. Illinois.
they? No. Give him-
Kansas.
Yes.
Okay.
A small part of western Kansas uses mountain time. The majority of the state is on central time.
What about Idaho?
Yes.
I think Wyoming. I think I'm on a trend here.
Yeah, but no, you're shooting from.
I'm
the
not.
hip
I
now.
know that area.
No,
Wyoming?
no.
No. Bastard. Montana then.
What's brilliant is I can't remember them once I've scrolled. No,
Okay.
you're missing more than you
This can't be exciting for our audience.
might be exciting for our audience. Oh, flush.
on
That's
hill.
exciting.
Yeah, on hill gets there. Made the straight and the flush all in one fell swoop. That's a pretty horrific card for Eileen, and
There's almost nothing.
should be able to
there's
get away
almost
from
nothing
this.
in the pot. She's just going to fold.
no, I would assume so.
Yeah, 10's no good here, Eileen. She knows.
And as you notice, I mean, I think a lot of us assume when we sit down in these tournaments, we assume our opponents are bluffing a lot more than they are. We've been watching this for the last hour and 20 minutes or so. You guys can tell me at home, how many bluffs have you seen on the river? I mean, yeah, people put out a C bet, a continuation bet that might be a bluff.
Yeah, you
They
won't
might
see.
even bet twice, but how many times are players like betting the river on bluffs? They're just not doing it very often. More often than not, they have the hand that they are representing.
Yeah.
What are the 13 states that you have them in front of you? I'm curious. So I got Kansas, right? I got Iowa, Texas.
Nebraska,
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
both Dakotas,
Both Dakotas. Okay, yeah. They're-
Texas, which we had, and then Kansas, which you had, Nebraska. I can't scroll. Florida, which I didn't know. I didn't know
Florida.
the Panhandle was a different.
Yeah, you know what?
different
Because
time
if you
zone.
go up to like southern, it's like Pensacola, that area
Yeah.
is pretty far west compared to, say, Miami. Makes sense.
Kentucky is cut in half by 2 time zones, apparently. Michigan, the division between central and eastern time zones runs through the middle of Lake Michigan. Tennessee.
So that was my thought process with Illinois. Off by a little bit.
Good flop for ace king. Hard flop to get action on for ace king. You need someone else to have an ace.
Would you? I mean, I know your mainstay just go bet. Would you ever check that and kind of give
I
your
don't-
opponent enough rope?
Yeah, of course. I just think that your default should be to bet when you have a hand of value. I'm not saying you shouldn't think about it. I'm not saying you shouldn't consider your possibilities, take your opponent, the board into account, all of that good stuff. But when I watch a lot of these tournaments, I've coached people, I've seen hand histories. Throughout it all, basically players are just too tricky and slow play too much. So what surprises me about the time zones thing is I'm amazed they don't have a system where the state just has to pick one that just covers the state. But no.
Well, I mean, in the United States of America, they give the states a lot of power to govern themselves.
Yeah.
And like I said, I believe Arizona. Somebody can
No,
correct me if
that's-
I'm wrong. I believe Arizona does not do.
Doesn't change.
They don't change. You know, the daylight savings.
Yeah.
They don't do it.
No,
They just don't deal with it. They go, you know, what, whatever. This is the time.
I understand the states have a lot of power. That's why I thought that the states would just pick one that they want to be in rather than having these like lines. that
Seems
just-
kind of ridiculous. Like, I mean, does it make a difference if it's just a little bit darker?
You'd think not, but I don't know.
AC Racing says Arizona's too cool for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm with you on that one.
That's fair.
Get a raise here from Antonius. That's a pretty large raise size.
Yeah.
I mean, he's making it 4x.
With Queen 7 suited. It's quite a random, it's just like, yeah, I'm just doing this now.
Like, this is what we're doing,
This
right?
is what we're doing on this hand.
And again, I would definitely up my raise sizes when you're this deep. I don't know if I'm going 4x. I think 3x is fine. And welcome all of you who might be joining us. Some of you might be in bed with the coronavirus. Hopefully we can help you get through that.
It's a very small portion of the audience.
But growing. I think I would be remiss in not trying to capture that part of the audience.
That's true. That's true.
Our own 888 ambassador, Kara Scott, was sent out a funny tweet earlier this week. She said, never before have I seen so many nervous travelers than when I'm on the plane, because apparently she has a sneezing problem on planes. Guess what it's time for, Nick?
Coronavirus shout-outs.
Yes, that and
Apparently. And
the free roll.
free roll. Free
It's
money.
free roll time, that's right.
It's the best time of the day.
Get a raise here from Antonius. He is consistent, nearly a 4x. 4x, of course, 4 times the big blind. Raising to 1,500. Eileen loves those suited cards. She's going to call. She hits a pair of 5s. Lucy Racing says, can't wait to be kicked out of the free roll within 10 hands. I like the confidence, AC.
Well, maybe you will have a lovely surprise. Maybe it will be 20 hands.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll win it. Somebody's going to win it, right?
Somebody will win that.
Guaranteed.
888
someone will win
euros will be awarded. Why not you? Valentine, I like it. It says, be an optimist. You don't know. Schedule here in Madrid was quite ambitious, and the turnouts have been fantastic. We've had to make a couple of adjustments because of the turnout here for the main event. The main event, such a phenomenal turnout, like I said, over 750 entries already. We've had to cancel the PLO event and the Deep Stack event. They just aren't enough tables.
A victim of our own success.
Nice 9 for Antonius, who's raised 3 of the last 4 hands. Eileen just calling with the kings, playing a little.
She does not believe in
little
3
tricky.
betting. Well, she didn't 3 bet ace king suited either, remember? So clearly she just doesn't like to. She doesn't like to play that game. I'm not playing that 3 betting malarkey, she says.
Oh, that's a flop that might get her in trouble. Hard to give him credit for an ace when there's 2 on the board.
See, if only she'd 3 bet, she could have lost a much bigger pot here.
She could have, yes. She also could have just won the pot pre-flop. That's a possibility.
That hasn't happened in this tournament
Yeah,
yet.
probably
Nobody's
not.
done that.
Unlikely. Yeah, bet. Pretty easy call for Eileen. I don't think you can fold to 1 bet here.
Yeah. Her hand is massively under-repped, so it sort of makes things slightly more complicated than they could be.
Pot is 8,600 chips. Eight of hearts on the turn. Apparently the free roll has 3,048 players in it. Just began. Registration is still open though. Get in on that free roll if you're not there right now. Password once again 888poker. Antonius bets again on the turn. Maybe a little bit too much. He bet 6,100 into 8,000.
Eileen with the soul read. I know I'm crushed. I'm out of here. That's what she says.
Standing up right there, Claudio, the Portuguese celebrity. Has the ability to seduce anyone at any time. That's his power.
An amazing special power.
Yeah. My 6-year-old constantly always, the game we play now is, okay, Dad, you get to pick 2 superpowers. Go.
For yourself or for him?
For both of us.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think it's kind of one of those things when you ask somebody if you're like, hey, how are you doing? And you don't really care because you just want them to ask how you're doing.
Right.
So I think my son gives me the power so he can just tell me what he wants to do.
Gotcha.
But we'll pick, sometimes I'll pick ones like the ability to speak and understand any language in the world.
Nice.
Do that one. And then I can transport. And then my son will be, of course, like, I want the power to obliterate anybody right now. Okay. It's nice. Let's just hold hands and peace.
Chill out. Because
right. Let's not obliterate anybody right now.
with great
I have
power
to, Dad.
comes
What
great
if
responsibility.
the enemies come to our house? Who's coming to our house? We live in a nice neighborhood, son. Nobody's coming to our house. We're okay. Get a raise here and a 3-bet from David O.
Yeah, kind of a positional.
And look at this. Angel folded the
squeeze.
9s.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of money in the middle. He's like, I'm going to thin this field.
I like the 3-bet from David. I'm just surprised he got 9s to fold. Now, Eileen does not flop a 5, but she does have a heart, and there's 3 hearts out there.
She does the Mike Caro flush tell.
I got to tell you, if you're Eileen, you probably think you have the best hand here when it goes check, check. You're thinking, maybe I'm up against ace-king.
So the Mike Caro flush tell, thanks for asking, is when the board is 3 of a suit and they check their cards, they're always checking for 1. Like, everybody always knows if they've got 2 of a suit. So, they've probably got 1.
Eileen's got like a 6 cents. I mean, it went check, check on the flop. And she just goes, check, fold, turn.
Easy game.
Right? So to combat the Mike Caro flush tail, do you check always, no matter
I think
what?
you should, yeah.
Or just never check.
Or, actually know
Just
what cards
know.
you have. But
I mean, how hard is it to remember what 2 cards you have?
if you get into the habit, it's not hard. But players are quite lazy with that, I think.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you don't think you can remember, just check every time.
Correct. Free tips here on the stream.
What is it? What's the tip for Angel? He's under the gun with kings.
He should do a raise.
He should put more chips in the pot.
He should invest his betting discs. Exactly that.
Well, he's done just that. He bets 1,300.
Invest with confidence.
Action folds around to the blinds. Eileen doesn't like the fold, and I don't think she's folding here. Nope, she's going to call. Calling 900 to win 2,300. Getting a pretty good price. See if she gets herself in some trouble here. She may get herself in trouble. Now, she does have the ability of making some pretty big laydowns, but top pair, I don't think she's going to go anywhere just yet. After calling pre, I believe she is let out. Whoa! Called the phone. What is going on here? So Eileen has check. She called pre-flop with queen 10. flop's top pair
Yeah.
and just bet 10,000 into 3,200.
Banging away.
I mean, if you're on hell, you're like, oh, okay, I guess
Happy
I
days.
call.
What do you do? Call or raise?
I just call. I mean, she bet 10,000. I mean, shouldn't really have any two-pair combinations. I mean, that should be a great turn card for us, right?
She's going to bet again.
She thinks she has the best hand.
Yeah, of course.
I'm now thinking that maybe the 10K was wrong. Maybe she bet 1K.
I was just going to say, it feels like maybe it was not 10K.
Okay, so it was more like a 1K bet. Now, I've got to tell you now, if with 2 clubs and 2 diamonds out there, if she bet 1K on the flop and now 3K, I'm probably raising with kings. I'm going to put her on a 10, almost always. Put a little bump in there.
It's a value raise anyway,
Yeah.
isn't it? He has raised, we think.
I just mean there's some draw. There's some bluffs in my range, theoretically.
Oh, I see.
And he does raise. Well, and he did raise to 13K. And she called. And that's just a beautiful turn. Oh, the river's a diamond, but it'd be a little scary. Still betting here value.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that she has a strong hand in a vacuum, but I don't like the call on the turn, and I know I can see the whole cards. But he raised pre-flop from early position. He hasn't been out of line. When he raises on the turn, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what you're hoping he has.
And now he bets 20K. She only has 35K left. Man. She can't beat like ace-3.
But this is a trivial fold if you think back through the hand. Like, what is he supposed to have here? I don't understand.
Right.
Like,
When he raised
what
three-
bluffs is he supposed to have?
He raised under the gun.
Yeah.
He called your flop bet. He raised your turn bet.
He's supposed to have specifically like ace, king, ace, queen of clubs that he's decided to bet 20K on the river as a bluff into you.
I mean, it'd be a really good play.
Into you, who's like, I don't know. It would be a really good play. It's just
If you had ace-king of clubs.
Yeah, you're asking for him to have a very specific hand. It's so much more likely that
She called.
you'll just
She
beat.
couldn't beat diamonds. Couldn't beat just kings. And that, by the way, is a perfect example of what Nick was talking about.
It is. Very good example.
Value bet.
Put especially early in a tournament, like there are plenty of players in this tournament that would have checked the river back.
Oh, 100%, especially when
Right.
Diamond gets there.
Yeah,
Diamond gets there, you get terrified. He got an extra 20,000 chips out of that.
exactly. Very good bet.
Yeah. David O
Nicely
now up
done.
to 159,000 chips. It looks like we are getting a table change.
We're getting a 1 hour dinner break, David.
So we're getting a 1 hour dinner break
Yeah.
and then coming back. Okay. That's great. So we got a 1 hour dinner break right now. And then we'll come back, and I believe we'll have a new table. So the gentleman earlier on who was asking for a new table, good news, you get that new table. And plenty of time to go get yourself some food. Maybe I'll get myself some paella. Oh, I love the Madrid. I love the Madrid paella. Thanks so much for joining us here at 888 Poker. Back in 1 hour. Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Win picks up aces when wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, this is not.
is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against
definitely
you?
more depressing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously. But
Hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah. I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stacks still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5 under the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where you know it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not going to work out for her.
Bingo for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the overs. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn
Wow.
card. Not only is the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand because,
For sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
3,600 bet.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so you, he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, Davey's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he's not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like
Right.
a really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket fives.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for...
Madrid. End of January.
Oh.
you want to come?
Birthday month.
Would you like to be my guest?
I would love to come. Madrid. I've never been to Spain, actually.
You
I mean,
can-
not my guest. Like, I mean,
just to reaffirm, you can come without
this is
being
awkward.
David's guest.
I was gonna say this is really
Or
awkward. Now,
even-
I'm married.
Or even having to talk to David. It's
Hashtag
fine.
me too. I'm sorry. Did I cross the line? I feel so weird now. You can just come.
No, we're at that level in our relationship where it's not weird. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. No, I'd love to.
Yeah, we totally
January.
partied in Montenegro together.
Oh God, yeah. Did you come to the wrap-up party at the end?
I did.
Okay.
What do you? I was there next to you the entire time.
I was fucking so drunk.
Okay.
You rode down with? Oh God, that whole night was a blur.
I was holding your hand.
That's why I ask. Cause we did, and then we got some food together, and then we flew out together within
Didn't-
hours
didn't-
of
didn't
arriving
create
back.
quite the impact that David was hoping
Clearly.
it would have.
Dude, I was
Right.
so fucked. Can I say the F word on here?
You did twice.
You did, but it's a reflection on you.
Can I?
Like people are judging.
I mean, we're on the internet.
Yeah, you can say
Okay,
whatever
we're
you
good.
like. Yeah.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Seligman was waiting for a hand, finally found one. Unfortunately for him, he has walked into a bigger hand. Saliba looking for the elimination. Only a jack.
Oh!
And there it is. The jack of hearts.
That's unbelievably gross. Unbelievably amazing for Seligman.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where, like, the difference that makes to... She's thrilled.
Yep.
I love that.
That was a great
Someone should
close-up.
clip that. That's amazing.
That was a meme.
That is a definite. Yeah, you could use that for.
She,
Oh my-
she
that was a
looks like
gif.
she's going to knife someone.
That is a gif.
Moldova in the house. Have you been to Moldova? I have not either.
I have not been to Moldova. How many countries have you been to?
I counted it like recently, somewhere in like about 32ish.
I think that probably puts you in like the top 50 Americans.
I would imagine so. I've been to all 50 states now,
Okay.
which might be a bigger accomplishment. But I did a South American tour, so I did basically all of South America. Got an all-in and a call here.
Oh, Miller might call.
Yeah, that knocked out like 9 countries right there.
Miller might shove here.
Yeah. You've got an all-in, another all-in. The issue is the first all-in is not the issue. That's only 59,000. It's the second all-in, which is 206,000. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now, right?
Yes, that is correct. There he goes.
Makes the call, and he's in a great shape here.
Wow.
Look at this. So we've got a main pot,
What a setup.
which is going to be about 170,000, and then a side pot, which is another 300,000. Miller has everybody covered.
Uji is pretty unlucky here to have Miller wake
There's a
up with hand.
10, though. Unlucky to lucky.
Indeed.
Watts, by the way, is still at risk. He needs a jack. Or a queen to eliminate 2 players.
Wow. Miller hoovering chips.
Miller might have. He has like a final table
He's
stack
very
right now.
close to a mill ball.
Yeah, he has got like pretty much like what somebody will have when they make the final table.
He
today.
has 200 big blinds just before the money. That's ridiculous. Must be nice.
Yeah, he is in a weird situation where he could almost just shove any time it folds to him.
And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing,
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh,
There-
no.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
got ace
no.
jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah. No, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
You know, she really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King Jack here.
Yeah. He could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though.
Oh, bingo!
There you go.
We approve of this message.
Well, and this is the interesting thing. You know, we talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah.
You know, we try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount.
Yeah.
And also he's going to call her with worse. You know, a really good tournament player is going to have about 120% ROI, 20% return. That's a 200% return for cashing in this tournament. So it's a really, that's a big bubble. And like I said, if you've satellited online, which you should absolutely be doing because you can qualify for these things for a few dollars, you could be looking at a really big return. So I would expect the play to be tight at the money bubble. It should be.
Yeah, I mentioned Maria in seat number 1, obviously, has had some huge scores over her career. And the other player that we were talking about that I mentioned, Gary Miller in seat number 7, won $114,000 in the WPT 500.
On stream.
Were you commentating on that?
Mm.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I remember his face now. He's in shot, and he's got a few chips. 600,000?
Yeah, and
Squeeze me?
Yeah, I've got the story behind that as well. So Christian Zecchi, who I said does a great job for Poker News, seemingly traveling all over the world. Interestingly enough, so he and the chip leader, Kafera Levgi, who is still in, was chip leader last night. They were going back and forth and battling and battling and battling. He was the chip leader heading into the day with a 419. Gary had 259,000. They ended up getting involved in what is still the biggest pot of the tournament, where he lost a massive pot to Gary Miller when he flopped 2 pair with 10-3. Miller had ace-10. It was 2 pair after 2 pair, over 2 pair on an ace-10-3 board.
Jesus.
Yeah. So
that's a horrible cooler.
yeah, and it was just two of the big stacks. Gary Miller doubled up there to over 500,000, and has obviously just added to that. This is a pretty aggressive play from Khatri against the chip leader, so close to the money.
Yeah, no fear.
And I imagine Miller's got to be just feeling all sorts of confidence. You know, I mean, coming off of a win earlier this year. Khatri does have the king of diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he doesn't bet the turn. Maybe he knows his man. He knows that Miller will fire, come what may.
A little bit of pot control. He likely has the best hand right now. He's got a really nice hand to check call with, I imagine. Doesn't want to get raised, that's for sure. And he's going to call here. It'll be interesting to see if the river is a blank. How it plays out. And while that's not a blank, you're not really worried about the ace so much as you're worried about your opponent just having a queen. Miller clearly needs to bluff at this if he wants it. And you wonder, you know, if a bet of, say, 135,000 comes out, what do you do with King Jack?
Well, I mean, there's a 3-bet pot, which makes it an interesting situation because he goes all in, David Tuckman.
Yeah, and I love this play.
Screw 130,000.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he says all of it.
You want to play for your You want to call off for your tournament. This is what happens when you 3-bet the chip leader, buddy.
I mean, Miller is a strong player.
Just understanding the dynamic, understanding what you can do to your opponent at this point. Yeah.
That's pretty strong stuff.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is it?
What's they say? David Miller. Gary Miller, sorry. It's a bull.
Not his first rodeo.
No, not at all. That's just great, you know. Check fold turn.
Easy game.
Right? So do you, to combat the Mike Caro flush tail, do you check always, no
I
matter
think
what?
you should, yeah. Yeah.
Or just never check?
Or like actually know
Just
what cards
know.
you have. But
I mean,
then
how hard is it to remember what 2 cards you have?
if you get into the habit, it's not hard. But
Mm.
players are quite lazy with that, I think.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you don't think you can remember, just check every time.
Correct. Free tips here on the stream.
What is it? What's the tip for on hell? He's under the gun with kings.
He should do a raise.
You should put more chips in the pot.
He should
than-
invest his betting discs. Exactly that.
Well, he's done just that. He bets 1,300.
Invest with confidence.
Action folds around to the blinds. Eileen doesn't like the fold, and I don't think she's folding here. Nope, she's going to call. Calling 900 to win 2,300. Getting a pretty good price. See if she gets herself in some trouble here. She may get herself in trouble. Now, she does have the ability of making some pretty big laydowns, but top pair, I don't think she's going to go anywhere just yet. After calling pre, I believe she is let out. Whoa! Called the phone. What is going on here? So Eileen has check. She called pre-flop with queen 10. Flops top pair.
Yeah.
And just bet 10,000 into 3,200.
Banging away.
I mean, if you're on hell, you're like, oh, okay, I guess
Happy
I
days.
call.
What do you do? Call or raise?
I just call. I mean, she bet 10,000. I mean, she shouldn't really have any 2-pair combinations. That should be a great turn card for us, right?
She's going to bet again.
She thinks she has the best hand.
Yeah, of course.
I'm now thinking that maybe the 10K was wrong. Maybe she bet 1K.
I was just going to say, it feels like maybe it was not 10K.
Okay, so it was more like a 1K bet. Now, I've got to tell you now, if with 2 clubs and 2 diamonds out there, if she bet 1K the flop and now 3K, I'm probably raising with kings. I'm going to put her on a 10, almost always. Put a little bump in there.
It's a value raise anyway,
Yeah.
isn't it? He has raised, we think.
I just mean there's some draw. There's some bluffs in my range, theoretically.
Oh, I see.
And he does raise. Well, and he did raise to 13K. And she called. And that's just a beautiful turn. Oh, the river's a diamond, but it'd be a little scary. Still betting here for value.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that she has a strong hand in a vacuum, but I don't like the call on the turn, and I know I can see the whole cards. But he raised pre-flop from early position. He hasn't been out of line. When he raises on the turn, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what you're hoping he has.
And now he bets 20K. She only has 35K left. Man. She can't beat like ace-3.
But this is a trivial fold if you think back through the hand. Like, what is he supposed to have here? I don't understand.
Right.
Like,
When he raised
what
pre.
bluffs is he supposed to have?
He raised under the gun.
Yeah.
He called your flop bet. He
Yeah.
raised your turn bet.
He's supposed to have specifically like ace king, ace queen of clubs that he's decided to bet 20K on the river as a bluff into you.
I mean, it'd be a really good play.
Into you, who's like, I don't know. It would be a really good play. It's just
If you had ace-king of clubs.
Yeah, you're asking for him to have a very specific hand. So much more likely that
She called.
you'll just beat.
She couldn't beat diamonds. Couldn't beat just kings. And that, by the way, is a perfect example of what Nick was talking about.
It is. Very good example.
Value bet.
Put, especially early in a tournament, like, there are plenty of players in this tournament that would have checked the river back.
Oh, 100%, especially when
Right.
Diamond gets there.
Yeah,
Diamond gets there, you get terrified. He got an extra 20,000 chips out of that.
exactly.
Exploring the city, and I think we like it so much that we're contemplating moving here. And I'm telling you now, if we move here, I'm going to do my best to win that mega package.
So you're going to move your family here in order to have a shot at the mega package.
Well, I'm not saying that's the only reason I would move here, but that's another
It's a
bonus.
big piece of the pie chart. Like,
Yeah, I think that's another bonus of moving here.
right.
Raise from Antonio onto the gun with queens. Like, okay, this is a good example. Jack 9
Antonio's had
suited.
aces twice and queens
Yeah.
in about 20 hands.
And he's the annoying thing is he tells his friends, he goes, yeah, I picked up aces twice, nines, queens, won all of them. And, oh, wow, so how many chips do you have? 20,000 lower than starting stack.
Yeah.
It's often the case in level
depressing.
1. Or level 3, whatever we're in right now. Antonio bets. Antonio takes it. Again, blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. So 1,000 in the pot.
It's hard to get people to do a 3-syllable name. Like, you're always going to get shortened.
Yeah.
It's too much effort for people, especially in the age of Instagram, and just need it fast.
And my oldest child is Phineas. So it's too many syllables, you're saying?
So he's Finn.
Finn.
He's going to be
Finny.
Finn all his life. People like 1 syllable.
How about this flop here? Jack, Jack 8. Pocket 8s for Sergey. 888. Working for him.
Wow, and he's got Antonio has a straight flush draw, and Raul has a baby flush draw. So
Yeah.
club on the turn is what we need for some fireworks.
Yeah, and Antonio, this is, I mean, normally you think you've got pocket 8s on a Jack 8 Jack board, and you're thinking, okay, well, I'm looking pretty good here. But Antonio does have 2 outs.
He does, yeah.
That's not one of them.
God,
Ace diamonds. Wow.
God, I'd be tilted if I lost.
But Claudio is still in there with a gut shot. He now picks up a flush draw as well.
Okay, we're in serious need.
There's the queen. Antonio, well, I put in air quotes here, gets there.
Gets there, and by that you mean win second place.
Yeah. Sergey just calls.
What?
Scared of the ace jack, scared of queen jack. Possibly scared that he couldn't get called by worse if he raised. And the turnouts have been fantastic. We've had to make a couple of adjustments because of the turnout here for the main event. The main event, such a phenomenal turnout, like I said, over 750 entries already. We've had to cancel the PLO event and the deep stack event. There just aren't enough tables.
A victim of our own success.
Nice 9 for Antonius, who's raised 3 of the last 4 hands. Eileen just calling with the kings, playing a little.
She does not believe in
little
3
tricky.
betting. Well, she didn't 3 bet ace king suited either, remember? So clearly she just doesn't like to. She doesn't like to play that game. I'm not playing that 3 betting malarkey, she says.
Oh, that's a flop that might get her in trouble. Hard to give him credit for an ace when there's 2 on the board.
See, if only she'd 3 bet, she could have lost a much bigger pot here.
She could have, yes. She also could have just won the pot pre-flop. That's a possibility.
That hasn't happened in this tournament
Yeah,
yet.
probably
Nobody's
not.
done that.
Unlikely. Yeah, bet. Pretty easy call for Eileen. I don't think you can fold to 1 bet here.
Yeah. Her hand is massively under-wrapped, so it sort of makes things slightly more complicated than they could be.
Pot is 8,600 chips. Eight of hearts on the turn. Apparently the free roll has 3,048 players in it. Just began. Registration's still open though. Get in on that free roll if you're not there right now. Password once again 888poker. Antonius bets again on the turn. Maybe a little bit too much. He bet 6,100 into 8,000.
Eileen with the soul read. I know I'm crushed. I'm out of here.
Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Wynn picks up aces. Wynn wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, this is not
Is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against you?
definitely more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously. But
Hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
Wow.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Give her credit. I'm almost definitely going broke on that one because I'm probably betting the turn.
I would be betting the turn, yeah. I mean, it's obviously it can't be wrong to play them, but with her stack and with like the big stacks still to act, it's also totally fine to just throw them away.
Yeah, earlier on she played the 5 spend of the gun, but she had 30,000 chips.
She's got that horrible stack, like 30-something big blinds as well, where, you know, it's easy to get into difficult situations.
Yeah, the small pairs have kind of not been kind to her so far. And here again, not gonna work out
Bingo
her.
for Davey.
Yeah, Davey with the straight. Sam with the over. Sam did not 3-bet this, by the way. Oh, and look at that. What a turn
Wow.
card. Not only is it the queen, but it's the queen of clubs.
Amazing turn card.
And I got to tell you, if you're Davey, you still think you got the best hand
For
because,
sure.
I mean, how do you put your opponent on ace-king when he didn't 3-bet pre?
Yep.
3,600 bet.
I mean, Kara is the player who is more likely to have the ace-king. Sam hand is so under-repped.
Yeah, so he doesn't have chips. That's a shame. That would have been a really interesting situation. Here, David's just going to call and...
Yeah. And he is not drawing dead.
Nope.
7 outs here, looking for a club. That is not a club. Deuce of hearts on the river.
That's a great tip, isn't it? When you get short stacked in live tournaments, try and get a cooler. That's like
Right.
a really good strategy for getting back in the event.
Another good tip, by the way. Did you see that board? That's not a good board for pocket fives.
Definitely. Just, you run that out to Kara and tell her for...
Madrid. End of January.
Oh,
Do you want to come?
birthday month.
Would you like to be my guest?
I would love to come. Madrid. I've never been to Spain, actually.
You
I mean,
can-
not my guest, like, I mean,
just to reaffirm, you can come
This
without
is
being
awkward.
David's guest.
I was going to say, this is really
Or
awkward. Now,
even-
I'm married.
Or even having to talk to David. It's
Hashtag
fine.
me too. I'm sorry. Did I cross the line? I feel so weird now. You can just come.
No, we're at that level in our relationship where it's not weird. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'd love to. I'd love to.
Yeah, we totally
January.
partied in Montenegro together.
Oh God, yeah. Did you come to the wrap-up party at the end?
I did.
Okay.
What do you? I was there next to you the entire time.
I was fucking so drunk.
Okay.
You rode down with? Oh God, that whole night was a blur.
I was holding your hand.
That's why I ask. Cause we did. And then we got some food together, and then we flew out together within
Right.
within hours
didn't,
of
didn't
arriving
create
back.
quite the impact that David was hoping
Clearly.
it would have.
Dude, I was
Right.
so fucked. Can I say the F word on here?
You did twice.
You did, but it's a reflection on you.
Can I?
Like people are judging.
I mean, we're on the internet.
Yeah, you can say
Okay,
whatever
we're
you
good.
like. Yeah.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Seligman was waiting for a hand, finally found one. Unfortunately for him, he has walked into a bigger hand. Saliba looking for the elimination. Only a jack.
Oh!
And there it is. The jack of hearts.
That's unbelievably gross. Unbelievably amazing for Seligman.
Yeah.
But that's one of those things where, like, the difference that makes to... She's thrilled.
Yep.
I love that.
That was a great
Someone
close-up.
should clip that. That's amazing.
That was a meme.
That is a definite. Yeah, you could use that for.
She,
Oh my-
she
that was a
looks like
gif.
she's going to knife someone.
That is a gif.
Moldova in the house. Have you been to Moldova? I have not either.
I have not been to Moldova. How many countries have you been to?
I counted it like recently, somewhere in like about 32ish.
I think that probably puts you in like the top 50 Americans.
I would imagine so. I've been to all 50 states now,
Okay.
which might be a bigger accomplishment. But I did a South American tour, so I did basically all of South America. Got an all-in and a call here.
Oh, Miller might call.
Yeah, that knocked out like 9 countries right there.
Miller might shove here.
Yeah. You've got an all-in, another all-in. The issue is the first all-in is not the issue. That's only 59,000. It's the second all-in, which is 206,000. Blinds are 2,500, 5,000 now, right?
Yes, that is correct. There he goes.
Makes the call, and he's in great shape here.
Wow.
Look at this. So we've got a main pot,
What a setup.
which is going to be about 170,000, and then a side pot, which is another 300,000. Miller has everybody covered.
Uji is pretty unlucky here to have Miller wake
There's a
up with hand.
10, though.
Mm,
Unlucky to lucky.
indeed.
Watts, by the way, still at risk. He needs a jack. Or a queen
Hi-ya.
to eliminate 2 players.
Wow. Miller hoovering chips.
Miller might have. He has like a final table
He's
stack
very
right now.
close to a mill ball.
Yeah, he has got like pretty much like what somebody will have when they make the final table.
He
today.
has 200 big blinds just before the money. That's ridiculous. Must be nice.
Yeah, he is in a weird situation where he could almost just shove any time it folds to him.
And there are a lot of players in live tournaments that do not, qualify, travel to live tournaments, sit through a day and a half in order to play a 3-bet pot out of position and make a marginal decision with second pair, that kind of thing,
Kara's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she's
Oh,
got
no.
ace-jack. There's a jack dead. Yang's got ace-queen.
I think she's made a very standard, solid decision to move her chips in.
Yeah, no, I mean, there was a raise. There was a call. There was dead money in the pot.
Yeah, she's got a great stack to do it.
She really got unlucky here. I mean, it's also the chip leader who opens. He doesn't need a premium hand to do this with.
Yeah, he could just as easily turn over King Jack here.
Yeah, he could have been raising with whatever. There's a spade, though. A lot of
Oh,
spades.
bingo!
There you go.
We approve of this message.
Well, and then this is the interesting thing. We talk about this, and obviously Kara got lucky in this particular spot. But whether she got lucky and doubled up or whether she was out the door, you and I both agree we like this play.
Yeah,
We try not to be results-oriented when we
absolutely.
evaluate our decisions.
No, I think it actually probably would be quite bad to let that spot go, to be honest. Like, he's got a big range for his open, and she's got a really nice stack to shove.
Right, how often is he going to raise, just fold?
Yeah, quite a decent amount.
Yeah.
And also he's going to call her with worse. A really good tournament player is going to have about 120% ROI, 20% return. That's a 200% return for cashing in this tournament. So it's that's a big bubble. And like I said, if you've satellited online, which you should absolutely be doing because you can qualify for these things for a few dollars, you could be looking at a really big return. So I would expect the play to be tight at the money bubble. It should be.
Yeah, I mentioned Maria in seat number 1, obviously, has had some huge scores over her career. And the other player that we were talking about that I mentioned, Gary Miller in seat number 7, won $114,000 in the WPT 500.
On stream.
Were you commentating on that?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember his face now. He's in shot, and he's got a few chips. 600,000?
Yeah, and
Squeeze me?
Yeah, I've got the story behind that as well. So Christian Zecchi, who I said does a great job for Poker News, seemingly traveling all over the world. Interestingly enough, so he and the chip leader, Kafera Levgi, who is still in, was chip leader last night. They were going back and forth and battling and battling and battling. He was the chip leader heading into the day with a 419. Gary had 259,000. They ended up getting involved in what is still the biggest pot of the tournament, where he lost a massive pot to Gary Miller when he flopped 2 pair with 10-3. Miller had ace-10. It was 2 pair after 2 pair, over 2 pair on an ace-10-3 board.
Jesus.
Yeah. So
That's a horrible cooler.
yeah, and it was just two of the big stacks. Gary Miller doubled up there to over 500,000, and has obviously just added to that. This is a pretty aggressive play from Khatri against the chip leader, so close to the money.
Yeah, no fear.
And I imagine Miller's got to be just feeling all sorts of confidence. I mean, coming off of a win earlier this year. Khatri does have the king of diamonds.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he doesn't bet the turn. Maybe he knows his man. He knows that Miller will fire, come what may.
A little bit of pot control. He likely has the best hand right now. He's got a really nice hand to check call with, I imagine. Doesn't want to get raised, that's for sure. And he's going to call here. It'll be interesting to see if the river is a blank. How it plays out. And while that's not a blank, you're not really worried about the ace so much as you're worried about your opponent just having a queen. Miller clearly needs to bluff at this if he wants it. And you wonder, you know, if a bet of, say, 135,000 comes out, what do you do with King Jack?
Well, I mean, there's a 3-bet pot, which makes it an interesting situation because he goes all in, David Tuckman.
Yeah, and I love this play.
Screw 130,000.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he says all of it.
You want to play for your, you want to call off for your tournament. This is what happens when you 3-bet the chip later, buddy.
I mean, Miller is a strong player.
Just understanding the dynamic, understanding what you can do to your opponent at this point. Yeah.
That's pretty strong stuff.
You mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is it?
What's they say? David Miller. Gary Miller, sorry. It's a bull.
Not his first rodeo.
No, not at all. That's just great, you know. Check fold turn.
Easy game.
Right? So do you, to combat the Mike Caro flush tail, do you check always, no matter
I think
what?
you should, yeah.
Or just never check?
Or, like, actually know
Just
what cards
know.
you have. But
I mean, how hard is it to remember what 2 cards you have?
if you get into the habit, it's not hard. But players are quite lazy with that, I think.
Well, I guess if you don't think you can remember, just check every time.
Correct. Free tips here on the stream.
What is it? What's the tip for on hell? He's under the gun with kings.
He should do a raise.
You should put more chips in the pot.
He should invest his betting discs. Exactly that.
Well, he's done just that. He bets 1,300.
Invest with confidence.
Action folds around to the blinds. Eileen doesn't like the fold, and I don't think she's folding here. Nope, she's going to call. Calling 900 to win 2,300. Getting a pretty good price. See if she gets herself in some trouble here. She may get herself in trouble. Now, she does have the ability of making some pretty big laydowns, but top pair, I don't think she's going to go anywhere just yet. After calling pre, I believe she is let out. Whoa! Called the phone. What is going on here? So Eileen has check. She called pre-flop with queen 10. Flops top pair.
Yeah.
And just bet 10,000 into 3,200.
Banging away.
I mean, if you're on hell, you're like, oh, okay, I guess
Happy
I
days.
call.
What do you do? Call or raise?
I just call. I mean, she bet 10,000. I mean, she shouldn't really have any 2-pair combinations. I mean, that should be a great turn card for us, right?
She's going to bet again.
She thinks she has the best hand.
Yeah, of course.
I'm now thinking that maybe the 10K was wrong. Maybe she bet 1K.
I was just going to say, it feels like maybe it was not 10K.
Okay, so it was more like a 1K bet. Now, I've got to tell you now, if with 2 clubs and 2 diamonds out there, if she bet 1K on the flop and now 3K, I'm probably raising with kings. I'm going to put her on a 10, almost always. Put a little bump in there.
It's a value raise anyway, isn't it? He has raised, we think.
I just mean there's some draw. There's some bluffs in my range, theoretically.
Oh, I see.
And he does raise. Well, and he did raise to 13K. And she called. And that's just a beautiful turn. Oh, the river's a diamond, but it'd be a little scary. Still betting here for value.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that she has a strong hand in a vacuum, but I don't like the call on the turn, and I know I can see the whole cards. But He raised pre-flop
Right players
from
and
early
players,
position. He hasn't been out of line.
This was the last game and 1 hour dinner break.
When he raises on the turn, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what you're hoping he has.
And now she bets. Now he bets 20K. She only has 35K left. Man. She can't beat like ace 3.
But this is a trivial fold if you think back through the hand. Like, what is he supposed to have here? I don't understand.
Right.
Like,
When he raised
what
3,
bluffs is he supposed to have?
he raised under the gun.
Yeah.
He called your flop bet. He
Yeah.
raised your turn bet.
He's supposed to have specifically like ace king, ace queen of clubs that he's decided to bet 20K on the river as a bluff into you.
I mean, it'd be a really good play.
Into you, who's like,
No players in the main event.
I don't know. It would be a really good play. It's just
If you had ace king of clubs.
Yeah, you're asking for him to have a very specific hand. It's so much more likely that
She called.
you'll just
She
beat.
couldn't beat diamonds. Couldn't beat just kings. And that, by the way, is a perfect example of what Nick was talking about.
It is very good example.
Value bet.
Put especially early in a tournament, like there are plenty of players in this tournament that would have checked the river back.
Oh, 100%, especially when
Right.
diamond gets there.
Yeah,
Diamond gets there, you get terrified. He got an extra 20,000 chips out of that.
exactly.
Exploring the city, and I think we like it so much that we're contemplating moving here. And I'm telling you now, if we move here, I'm going to do my best to win that mega package.
So you're going to move your family here in order to have a shot at the mega package.
Well, I'm not saying that's the only reason I would move here, but that's another
It's a
bonus.
big piece of the pie chart. Like,
Yeah, I think that's another bonus of moving here.
right.
Raise from Antonio onto the gun with queens. Like, okay, this is a good example. Jack 9
Antonio's had
suited.
aces twice and queens
Yeah.
in about 20 hands.
And he's the annoying thing is he tells his friends, he goes, yeah, I picked up aces twice, nines, queens, won all of them. And, oh, wow, so how many chips do you have? 20,000 lower than starting stack.
Yeah.
It's often the case in level
depressing.
1. Or level 3, whatever we're in right now. Antonio bets. Antonio takes it. Again, blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. So 1,000 in the pot.
It's hard to get people to do a 3-syllable name. Like you're always going to get shortened.
Yeah.
It's too much effort for people, especially in the age of Instagram, and just need it fast.
And my oldest child is Phineas. So it's too many syllables, you're saying?
So he's Finn.
Finn.
He's going to be
Finny.
Finn all his life. People like 1 syllable.
How about this flop here? Jack, Jack 8. Pocket 8s for Sergey. 888. Working for him.
Wow, and he's got
And
Antonio has a straight flush draw, and Raul has a baby flush draw. So
Yeah.
club on the turn is what we need for some fireworks.
Yeah, and Antonio, this is, I mean, normally you think you've got pocket 8s on a Jack 8 Jack board, and you're thinking, okay, well, I'm looking pretty good here. But Antonio does have 2 outs.
He does, yeah.
That's not one of them.
God,
Ace diamonds. Wow.
God, I'd be tilted if I lost.
But Claudio is still in there with a gut shot. He now picks up a flush draw as well.
Okay, we're in serious need.
There's the queen. Antonio, well, I put in air quotes here, gets there.
Gets there, and by that you mean win second place.
Yeah. Sergey just calls.
What?
Scared of the ace jack, scared of queen jack. Possibly scared that he couldn't get called by worse if he raised. And the turnouts have been fantastic. We've had to make a couple of adjustments because of the turnout here for the main event. The main event, such a phenomenal turnout, like I said, over 750 entries already. We've had to cancel the PLO event and the deep stack event. They just aren't enough tables.
victim of our own success.
Nice 9 for Antonius, who's raised 3 of the last 4 hands. Eileen just calling with the kings, playing a little.
She does not believe in
little
3
tricky.
betting. Well, she didn't 3 bet ace king suited either, remember? So clearly she just doesn't like to. She doesn't like to play that game. I'm not playing that 3 betting malarkey, she says.
Oh, that's a flop that might get her in trouble. Hard to give him credit for an ace when there's 2 on the board.
See, if only she'd 3 bet, she could have lost a much bigger pot here.
She could have, yes. She also could have just won the pot pre-flop. That's a possibility.
That hasn't happened in this tournament
Yeah,
yet.
probably
Nobody's
not.
done that.
Unlikely. Yeah, bet. Pretty easy call for Eileen. I don't think you can fold to 1 bet here.
Yeah, her hand is massively under-wrapped, so it sort of makes things slightly more complicated than they could be.
Pot is 8,600 chips. Eight of hearts on the turn. Apparently the free roll has 3,048 players in it. Just began. Registration's still open though. Get in on that free roll if you're not there right now. Password once again 888poker. Antonius bets again on the turn. Maybe a little bit too much. He bet 6,100 into 8,000.
Eileen with the soul read. I know I'm crushed. I'm out of here.
Of course, if you want to join the conversation, you can by tweeting us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuck On Sports. You can use the hashtag 888live. Wynn picks up aces. Wynn wearing the white 888 poker hat. She raises to 1,300.
Oh, it's depressing when they all fold, isn't it?
Let's get a little action here. Man, 10 years ago, she used to have 5 callers.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, this is not
is
good.
it more depressing when your opponent flops top set
That's
against
definitely
you?
more depressing, yeah.
Yeah.
And his hand is going to be really disguised here as well.
Yeah. I mean, 7-6 suited is a hand that he might call from the small blind with. Maybe 4-5 suited. Obviously, the pairs, but she is in a world of hurt. Really very little reason for her to slow down, but she does check. Uncanny, and maybe this saves her. Well, if he just bets like...
How much would you bet here, Dave?
I was going to say, well, I mean, it doesn't look like she has much, right?
Doesn't it look like she has a pocket pair less than the king?
That's what I mean. It just doesn't look like she has a huge hand here. So, I mean, I might bet, I don't know, maybe 3,400.
5,800.
He's gone bigger than that. And we can see he's going to get paid.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Obviously. But
Hey, give her credit. She lost the absolute minimum.
Wow.
that's so boring, isn't it? For Nguyen. You
Yeah.
really have to sit there a lot of hours to get aces in a live tournament, and then don't do that to me.
Please, dealers, shuffle up and deal. Los croupiers, por favor, pueden empezar. All right, players. At the table.
Hello and welcome back. We are in Madrid for 888 Live. I'm David Tuckman, joined by the most entertaining man in the industry, Nick Wealthall. I don't know who wrote that in the chat.
Yeah,
that
why
was
don't
terrible.
you tell everyone who's not in the chat what you wrote under 888's handle, because this is how much of a small man you are.
I'm just a little man.
Just a little man trying to get your little victories where you can.
Pretty much. I've lost the chat. I can't even do it. I'll read it to everybody in a second. So you have rejoined the action. I believe the blinds are now 300, 500, or the 500 big blind ante, which means the average stack is about 200 bigs. That's a lot of big blinds. You're here for 888 Live. We have well over 740 entries now in total. So this is going to be a whopper of a prize pool. We'll know that tomorrow. We still have day 1D to play tomorrow. And then, of course, day 2 action we'll pick up tomorrow as well. Day 3, we will hopefully crown a champion. The plan is to finish this in 3 days. So what did I write here? Oh, some people were complaining about the mics being low, right, huh?
Yeah.
And I said quiet for anyone else, and then I said, okay, well, the mic should be fixed, and please let us know if you can hear us loud and clear. And I said, we purposely keep Nick quiet because he's not all that entertaining. It's pretty funny.
The truth hurts.
Isn't that funny?
The truth hurts. It's your version of funny, yeah. It's what you do, isn't it? Just running down other people, David. It's not big and it's not clever.
Thanks for joining us here, Nick Wealthall, the one and only Nick Wealthall. David Tuckman. If you missed the free roll, my apologies. We will have another one tomorrow at 8 p.m. GMT. We will reveal that password for you tomorrow. I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with where we're at.
Okay.
Hint.
Thinking caps on.
I want to thank all of you for joining us. I see you, Chin Fernando. Thank you. AC Racing, Abba Stanza. All of you in the chat who are joining us. Got a couple of hours of live streaming action tonight, and then we're back at it tomorrow. I believe the plan is to start tomorrow at the same time.
Okay, I can be free.
Cool.
I've got some business.
Do you want to check your schedule?
Well, yeah, I'll move things around for you.
Get a raise here from Ruda. Got some new players at the table. Obviously a new table. 9-9-6, 2 clubs out there. King high still the best hand. This is blind on blind violence.
Does Ruda really have 321,000 chips? That's pretty strong.
That is strong.
That's
I mean,
4x's start.
I have no reason to think he doesn't have that many chips.
Nice.
Average chip, by the way, if you were wondering, is about 97,000.
So he's having a nice day so far.
Again, the blinds are 300, 500. You could have lost half your stack, and you would still have about 90 bigs.
It's pretty deep stacked, isn't it?
You know, especially we're like 6 levels in already.
Whoever did the structure for this one was just like having a really happy day. He went, let's just let everybody have loads of chips.
Okay, well, I have some exciting.
Live and let live.
I have exciting news here. Lawrence Bren, just out of the free roll. Woohoo, won 53 cents. Free money. Nice job, Lawrence Bren.
Nice.
Congratulations, Lawrence. AC Racing underestimated himself. Apparently, he lasted 30 minutes.
Free entertainment. 30 minutes free entertainment. Where can you get that? you know, without the curtains drawn.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. So a new feature table, top of your screen, you can see there, hand 44, blinds 300, 500, the 500 big blind ante, so 1,300 per orbit. Jorge with the 115,000 chip stamp. Hugo with 166,000 chips. Vladimir. What do we know about these players? Anything?
We've got bits and bobs on some of these players. There's some players with some live scores to their name. I don't think we've got any pros at the table, but you can never be totally sure. I think Marita's going to play a lot of hands. That's my early read on the situation, although this is small blind versus big blind, so a bit more understandable. But I don't think you get to 323k halfway through day one without being in some pots.
Yeah, you don't generally see the nitty guy at the table
No.
getting 4x's stack, and he has the looks of a player who might want to gamble a little bit. I like it, though, you know. He's in there with the 9-6 suited. He misses completely. Okay, I'll pick a better spot. Little teaser for our audience out there. If you enjoy the 888 content, and who doesn't, it's usually pretty entertaining. There's a fun little snippet of shows that we're putting out called Truth or Taste. So you can look for those on the 888 YouTube channel.
What's it all about?
You know what? You have to look it up for yourself.
Oh,
But
really?
apparently there's a
Secret?
rumor. There's a rumor that you and I will be filming a segment of Truth or
Ah,
Taste
well,
tomorrow.
Ours will be the best. I don't know who else they've got doing it, but
Anna Marquez and Chris Moorman did one. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I don't know how we win, but we will win.
Lawrence Brand says, by the way, I did not realize that Kara Scott was Canadian. Go Canada.
Gareth Scott has 15 nationalities. I don't know if you know this. She's got 9 passports.
That tomorrow the Will tournament will be cancelled. Informamos a todos los jugadores que mañana el torneo Will está cancelado.
He's not talking about this tournament. This tournament will not be cancelled. We've had to shelve some of the side events because there are so many people in the main event. And that is the story of our tournament. It's a big hit.
Yeah. I mean, 750 entries. We still have one more starting day.
Mm-hmm.
So push comes to shove. You expect there to be more than 900.
Wow. That's pretty strong.
We just crush in Spain. 888 poker. I mean, people love poker in Spain. Barcelona. If you've never been, you love poker. I urge you to make the trip. Middle of May, we will be in Barcelona. The cash game action is fantastic. The restaurant's right there on the beach. It's one of my favorite spots to go.
Yeah, it's the best.
And you can see the back there and there. I guess
Although
Valencia.
Although we shouldn't talk up Barcelona when we're in Madrid.
Good point.
'Cause they hate that.
Is there a
This
kind
is
of
a tiny little massive rivalry.
There
yeah.
is, okay. I
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
sure. Fair enough.
Yeah.
We're not just all one Spain.
Well, I don't want to get into that. I don't think it's my place to comment on the Catalonian separatist movement.
Yes, I remember being in Barcelona and seeing some of that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll leave it alone. Here, Hugo is going to raise to
Both,
2,000.
from our perspective, both awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
both awesome. I've had delicious tapas in both locations.
and great Spanish wine.
And exciting poker in both locations. So I can't split them. For the purposes of the Madrid stream, anyway.
They're like children. And this is not Sophie's choice. I will love both of my children,
Yeah.
both Madrid and Barcelona.
Yeah,
and I saw in
but-
the background, by the way, we have a smaller event in Valencia, apparently, later this month in February.
Cool. Well,
Ace high flop.
they think it's a smaller event. They're going to get like 2,000 people
Yeah,
or something
no.
crazy.
Poker's huge. Our next 888 live stop is Romania. We'll actually be in Bucharest in March. So look for that. Top 2 pair here for Del Puy. Jeanette Bull asking, how is Madrid? Tuck and Nick, is the weather nice?
It's fine.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it's winter.
February,
It's
right?
winter, yeah.
But it was nice today. I would say probably about 13 degrees outside Celsius.
Yeah.
like mid-50s if you're if you go by the Fahrenheit. It went check on the flop. Hugo decided to bet the turn. Delpuy went nowhere, and now Hugo gives up. I think Delpuy can certainly bet for value. Unlikely to get called. But yeah, I would say like it's definitely like light jacket weather.
Yeah.
But it was beautiful blue skies today and yesterday. I've been to Madrid once before, but I never really got to explore as much as I did this time. And I will tell you, the food here, I was told the restaurants were amazing, and they're just phenomenal. I can't get over the food. I've had 7 or 8 different meals, and they're all just blow me away.
Nice.
I'm all about this, like, small little tapas food. Ugh,
Your little tasting items.
I love it.
You like it? It's a bit un-American though.
Yeah, we
like-
have these big, I hate it.
You pick one thing and it's frickin' massive.
Right, it's just ridiculous. It makes sense because sushi is incredibly popular, and I think one of the reasons, I mean, obviously it tastes good, but one of the reasons people love sushi is because you can have like 9 different things. Why not bring that to all different meals? AC Racing says, I would hope the main event would not be canceled. No, it is not. Most definitely not. But there's only
Literally-
so many tables here.
Literally all we heard on the mic though was a guy saying, tomorrow's tournament is cancelled. It's like, oh jeez, I flew all this way.
I have Ruda's thinking that I have 300,000 chips. Come on. Yeah, Ruda's just in, it folds to me, I'm going to play.
That's good, we need that at the table. Makes it fun.
Ruda representing China.
And then the question with players like this who are going to, play with a lot of pots and splash around is like, how good are their decisions after the flop? That's always the question. Like, there are really stellar performers who can just do this and play well down the streets. But you get into hard situations if you play 10-6. That's the challenge. Now here, if I was Hugo in the big blind, I'd shove. It's a clear steal spot.
Shove?
Put that. I was making a stack depth joke. It's a
I wouldn't be against 3-betting
It's
here,
a
though.
clear squeeze spot. Yeah, no, I'm down with 3-betting. You've got the lively opener and the non-3-betting cutoff. But calling's also fine, obviously. We can just pile your 160k.
I'm all in.
I'm all in. Power move.
300 big blinds. And by the way, Ruda, by the way, has 600 bigs.
Give me that 4k out the middle. Give it to me.
Ruda's going to bet here. This is not going to get through.
Yeah, but watch him bink a 10 or a 6. I've played this kind of player before.
Well, it's certainly going to be a spade, right?
Yeah.
7's get out of the way.
That's a disciplined fold.
There's a spade.
Yeah, good
We knew it was
call.
coming.
Good call.
This is a pretty good double barrel card. I mean, the problem is, are you really going to get your opponent to fold an ace?
But he could have called with a lot of medium pairs and other things.
Right. I mean, if he had pocket
And-
eights.
And
something
also the problem is you take away your river bluff. Like, it's really hard to bluff the river after you've checked it. So you are kind of giving up.
That's a great point you bring up, Nate. I actually just talked about this on my podcast, Under the Gun podcast. And I just talked about how, generally speaking, when we bet, we're betting for one of two reasons. We either want to get value from a worse hand, or we want to get a better hand to fold.
Yeah.
But you can sometimes find a different reason to bet, and sometimes it is actually by betting and maybe slightly taking the worst of it in a moment, it does leave your options open on a later street.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Mathematically, you don't need immediate profit on your bluffs for lots of different reasons.
And it's interesting. I mean, it turns out that particular hand, his opponent Jose, was at the top of his range. He had ace jack. He wasn't folding ace jack.
I don't think in a major main event I've ever commentated on someone with 638 blinds.
Well, our short stack has 159 big blinds.
That's excellent.
Yeah, it's a lot of poker.
Stay tuned for some non-all-in action, guys.
And this kind of goes back to what I was saying in terms of leveraging your stack, using the chips that you have. Would have been really interesting if you don't think your opponent, like if you think the best hand your opponent has there is maybe like an ace-10, something along those lines. If you bet flop, bet turn on a king turn because you're the one who has ace-king occasionally, he doesn't. You put a lot of pressure, especially if you triple barrel. You put a ton of pressure on a one-pair hand like ace-10. Even a hand as strong as ace-jack might find a fold. 88 Dogster says, what's happening with the sound? Sounds like everyone has hangovers.
Well, why do you not think that's why the sounds?
Yeah, I just talked. I spent a good 6 minutes talking about the wine here in Spanish,
Yeah, exactly.
in Spain.
That's exactly what the problem is.
Chin Fernando asking if we're staying at the casino. Yeah, there's a hotel right next to the casino. I guess they're kind of part of each other.
It's lovely.
That's where we are staying. It is gorgeous. Right on
Except-
Gran Via.
Except I have a really long rant for you about the bathrooms, which you're going to really enjoy, but I think I'll save it.
Yeah.
Aces for Erling.
I will say that they have us commentating in a stairway.
It's like a really...
It's a nice stairway.
Viewers, imagine a kind of marble... like an old school marble stairway, but that's why it might sound a bit echoey.
I'm gonna take a quick little video of it while we're commentating on this, and then I will tweet it out. You can follow me at Tuck on Sports, or if you don't want to follow me, you can just look at my thread at Tuck on Sports, and you'll see exactly where we're commentating. There's Nick. That's what we're looking at here. And then, as you can see, it's beautiful staircase, but this is our commentator's room.
It's so random. Like we've been in cupboards before, but this is our first staircase.
So I will tweet this out. Got a big hand here. I think Ruda can definitely call. I mean, this is the great thing about it is you can actually 3-bet and then call 4-bets when you're this deep. You're obviously not going to fold to 1 bet here because the pot's going to be, I mean, depending on what your opponent's sizing is, but you've got to be comfortable playing post-flop poker. Frankly, it's a great flop for Erling. I mean, 2 spades out there. He has the ace of spades.
Amazing flop.
4-bet pot. Your opponent never has a 5.
So he should bet like small here, and he has 5.5. Do you know what? It's interesting because Erling, he said to our researcher that he plays poker for fun. And Norwegians that say they play poker for fun and make small bets in 4-bet pots post-flop, I find them suspicious.
Well, he's having fun because he takes your money. That's what
he is. Exactly.
It's a lot of fun taking your money.
Exactly.
This is a kind of an unconventional raise from Ruda. You basically get all of the ace-kings and ace-queens to fold, I suppose. I suppose Ruda could have a 6-5 suited in his range occasionally, but he's very rarely going to raise it, though, here, would he?
I think it's a absolutely bizarre check raise. What's he represent?
And then what does he do? What's the play now?
I mean, in general, I love check raises. I don't think most players have enough check raises in their game, but...
It's a big bet, too. 26 into 45. I mean, I'm never folding if I'm Erling. And do you just shove all in here?
I think so. Yeah.
Or, I mean, do you call and then call the river?
Well, you have to call the river now, right? There's no... You can't.
No, you have the ace of spades. Your opponent doesn't really have very many flush draw. Well, look at this.
It's just going to make him feel better. He's going to give up. And then he's going to have to try and make this look convincing. But we can see he's not going to get more chips. This is why you want to watch a player like Ruida, because clearly, as we said, he had 300k. You don't get that by playing tight. And you're going to see some fun pots like this one.
I thought you might end up getting a couple of streets of value out of that hand with the aces. I just thought it would go in a different manner. I figured it would just go, check, bet, call, probably check, fold, but... Raise here from Jose. Queen 8 suited. One thing also, we talked about it earlier on, what other adjustments you might make if you're playing really deep stack poker.
Yeah.
If players are going to be opening wide and playing a lot of hands and also feel compelled to call 3-bets because they're so deep, I'm going to value bet. I'm going to 3-bet value bet 3-bet more often, just so I can get value from hands. Like, ace jack, yeah, I'll 3-bet this hand. Why not? Because the guy who has 10-6 suited is going to call.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the critical things you want to do in this situation is you want to really figure out who is kind of playing spewy or like really wide open and not. And then what I think you should do is you should ask yourself, because you probably will play most of the day with them and because you are so deep stacked, you should be actually asking, well, what's my game plan for playing against this player? So if you're at a table with Ruida and he's playing a lot of pots and he's playing them aggressively, you want to be thinking, okay, what situations do I want to be getting into? That probably isn't someone you want to 3-bet ace-jack against. There with ace-jack, you're probably better off flatting him and playing down the streets with a, with a hand that's way better than most of his range, because you don't want to get 4-bet bluffed. Against the other player who's not as aggressive as Ruida and is just opening too much, then you want to 3-bet ace-jack. So that's how I'd go about it. I'd figure out who's opening too much,
Right.
and then how do they play that wide range.
I mean, the one thing I will pay attention to, and I might test Ruida if I was playing against a player like that, is I might throw in a 3-bet with ace-jack and see what he does. I want to see does he just call with whatever he's opening with? Does he 4-bet bluff enough?
Uh-huh.
Rolling 6s are going to hold up here.
Yeah, I mean, Erling looks like he's pretty competent to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. This is the gentleman who just plays for fun, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing that he plays online, not just for fun. That's my guess. But I'm basing this on nothing, except for the fact that he's Norwegian. He's in a tournament in Spain. He's got very competent bet sizing, and he's claiming he plays for fun.
Well, in all fairness, listen, I commentate for fun. I love this. And I know Chris Moorman plays poker for fun.
You never invoice, do you? you just...
What?
You pay your way to Madrid and...
Wait, you get paid?
Oh, God, no. No, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Of course not.
Thanks for joining us. We are in beautiful Madrid. 888 Live's first venture here. And when it's all said and done, this will be a huge prize pool. I believe there's about 750 entries so far. Get a raise from Jose. Ruda, by the way, did not raise here. He actually limped in under the gun with 7s. Jose raises to 1,500. Action on Emmanuel, who's going to call. I imagine Ruida would call as well. He does that. Pot is 5,300 chips. You see that in the bottom right corner of your screen. Jack high flop, all diamonds. Nobody has a diamond in their hand. Emmanuel with the best of it now. Levels are 50 minutes long, 5-0. Queen on the turn.
Emmanuel makes a I wonder if I'm winning bet. And he is. Just going to put these little chips out here and see what happens.
Right. In poker, there are so often you put a bet out there and you're You know why you're betting, obviously, and that's the first key if you want to improve your game. Always know why you're betting, but sometimes you're betting in a situation where you're going, I think I kind of want to get called. I definitely don't want to get raised. And I don't mind terribly if they just fold.
Yeah.
Take a look at our chip count here. Rueda took a big hit to his stack. He's down to now 540 big blinds. Probably pretty concerned. Words Up says the table they're using here is rather odd. If you're talking about the shape of the table, this is a specially designed table for live streaming so that the cameras can come in. You'll see how seats 1 and seats 8 are kind of on the side. And that way we get a better view of all the players.
Alejandro 25 Texas. Alejandro 25 Texas.
What's the lowest suited connector that you'll play, that you'll open with?
What? In what situation?
I mean, generally speaking, what's the lowest suited connector that you think has some value?
I mean, if
That's
you're,
just not trash.
if you're deep stacked and you're in position,
Anything.
they're all fine.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, 3-2 suited has very little value.
It's going to get called here. Bottom 2 pair for Vladimir. Straight draw for Rueda. Like 5-4 suited for me is just a sexy hand. I really like 5-4 suited. The 4-3 and the 3 deuce I kind of stay away from.
That's your cutoff.
Yeah.
So you start to get interested, 4-5.
This is interesting here. So I believe this check through on the flop. And while obviously 3 deuce is nothing, I wonder if you're the original raiser, do you take a shot at it? You're the one who's most likely to have the ace.
Yep.
Xiao Texas 25. Xiao Texas 25.
He is taking a shot. Our graphics appear to have had a little breakdown.
I mean, we know the board is 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. You're calling to chop the pot if you don't have an ace. Whoa, did he just raise?
Yeah, that's very creative.
Well, instead of chopping it 3 ways, they might chop it heads up, they might chop it 2 ways, or maybe he just wins it. We raise all in.
He hasn't got away with it, but
I guess he just did not believe. He didn't believe that his opponent
See?
would check back the turn without with an ace.
yeah. Also, 3-2 suited made money, so
Yeah, I mean, what do I know?
what do you know?
By the way, AC Racing says only starts getting serious at 10 Jack suited. Otherwise, I lose money. We actually had this wonderful study. Well, they looked at well over 1 million cash game hands on the 888 poker client.
Yeah.
And
What makes money and what doesn't.
Right, exactly. In all different positions as well, and all different stakes. And this may or may not come to a surprise to people, but suited connectors, small suited connectors, were losers across all stakes. Like the 6-5 suited, the 5-4 suited, the 7-8 suited. Hands that, based on the 888 numbers, they were vastly overrated.
I'm not completely shocked.
But
Because-
give me a 6-5 suited, and I'm just like, yeah.
7-8 suited, you've got a third leg, haven't you? You're like,
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not going anywhere.
Exactly.
What, 4-bet? Yeah, call. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're doing that, that is quite a good way to lose money with 8-7. I mean, they do look pretty, I suppose. They're seductive.
I mean, they're no Claudio, but they're seductive.
Yeah. No, they're not Claudio.
I would imagine, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, I would imagine that the bad players who play those hands skew the numbers so badly
I would think so.
that the ones who are good, who know how to play those small suited connectors.
I mean, that's kind of true of all poker, though.
Probably.
Like, it's just that with aces and kings, you just can't not win money. You see, 9-8, Ruido agrees with you. Let's get excited. Let's 3-bet. Out the small blind.
Yeah, and I kind of like that's, you know, one of the,
Into 3 players.
yeah, the power of being, you know, deep stacked. I mean, you get an open from a younger Scandinavian gentleman who get a couple of calls, you know, indicating maybe not a ton of strength.
I think Erling's loving life. He's like, yeah, you can keep getting aggressive. I'm just going to play you in position.
Yeah.
And let's see who's up at the end of the session. Vladimir's like, why am I here with Jack 9? And now it's like $1 billion in the middle. I've got to put my money in. You got to call it's like 5-1, and like everyone's got a ton of money behind. You've got yourself into this.
Oh. He does make the call. Pot
Yes.
is now 26,000 chips.
He has to, and yeah, it's like a big pot. Somebody's life is about to change.
$10-3 deuce. That's a
Erling
really good
bingo.
flop. Yeah, Erling likes this flop.
What a bingo flop for him.
The gut shot straight draw, the ace, the hearts, a little bit of everything going for him. This will be interesting to see how Erling decides to play it. He's in position. He's facing a 17,000 chip bet. Wow, this is a big bet. 17 into 26. Rueda is certainly trying to tell the story that he's got a big overpair. I mean, if you think you're facing a big overpair, do you just call if you're Erling?
I'm not sure he's going to... Yeah, I mean, I think you just call, yeah. I'm not sure he's going to believe very much that Rueda does until proven. Like, wouldn't you already be in a you're going to have to show me a real hand before I stop calling you mode with
Oh, of course.
Rueda? He's just, like, splashed everywhere and hasn't shown down a real hand.
Absolutely. Vladimir will tank fold, I assume. Kind of.
Not quite sure why we're getting treated to a tank.
Yeah, I assume it's just, wow, this pot's big. How did I get in here?
Yeah.
Why do I have nothing? This is so unfair.
I wish I could have the 60k.
Right, why can't that be 10-3 deuce with 2 spades? So Rueda way behind here. He's looking for, you can see the outs in the top right corner of your screen.
What is he looking for? Like a king or something that he can, like...
Well, how about it's an 8? I mean,
Yeah, the wins in the hand.
it's got some showdown value now. He just went from 12% to 56%.
And this is such a big pot. Erling only has like less than 2 pot-sized bets left.
Yeah, now Rueda's going to check here. Probably figures I'm not getting a 10 to fold. I've got a little showdown value. I think Erling has to bet here, try to get an ace-king or an ace-queen to fold, right?
I suppose, I mean, how much would you bet? And then what are you doing on the river? Like, what are
I
you
think
doing
you
on
can
blank?
bet, you bet like 22 right here.
And
If your opponent has ace-king or ace-queen, what's he doing with ace-king? If you bet 22?
Ruido would probably jam on you.
He could, but I mean, if he jams on you, you're probably beaten.
He bets 22.
It's just a good bet.
Oh my God, you guys are so close.
We share the
You're
same.
like
We share the same
links.
brain. I think it's a really nice sizing here because again,
And I was right. Oh, I was right. He basically puts them all in.
yeah, I just,
That's why you check.
I don't like the check. I like betting here. It's a really weird play from him. Like,
Yeah, but I knew he was going to do it. You've got to be specific to the guy. He's just looking to pressure you.
right. I mean, you've got to know that he has I mean, is Rueda doing this if he has ace-king or ace-queen?
Possibly. I mean, this guy is like really out on a limb.
Erling makes the call. He still has 37,800 behind. What does Rueda do on the river? Well, he just shoves all in. How about? Well, you wanted to know how somebody gets 600 big blinds. This is one way.
Like, against a normal player, I think you're 1,000,000% right. I think you should always bet that turn the way the betting's gone. But against this guy, I don't think I would have for that reason. Because he's one of the few players that you're going to play who's proved he'll just make check raise bluffs, check raise semi bluffs, check raise. Like, I don't even know what this check raise was. What is that, a bluff?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what I don't know what a check raise is. I assume he thinks he had the best hand, but I don't know.
And now Erling's like thinking, like, I could have the best hand here. And he's right. He could easily have the best hand here. Because Rida could be... Rida would absolutely do this with nothing, in my
Well, that's
opinion.
what I don't know.
In my opinion.
Remember, he shut down earlier with the 9s.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. I mean, you might be right.
He's...
Anyway, you cut it.
He's making this table fun.
Yeah. Well, that was a really fun hand. I mean, he 3-bet with 9-8, put a 70% pot size continuation bet out there.
3-bet out the small blind into
Right.
4 players with 9-8. Then bet big into bet.
But the C-bet, though, into those 4 players as well. And suddenly, you want to ask a question. How does anybody get 763 big blinds? Well...
And Erling's been devastated by that pot. Now just 75 big blinds and probably won't survive this level.
You know, it's funny, though.
He's lost a massive pot, and he's still deeper than like you'd ever need to be.
The crazy thing is, and for those of you out there, you've probably been in this experience. I know I have as well. It happens sometimes at the World Series of Poker main event. And of course, you can win your seat to the World Series of Poker main event here in Madrid or on the 888 Poker. Satellite's running right now. But when you start with just ridiculous stack size, and you're so deep, if you lose half your chips, from the outside, we can look at Erling and be like, oh, you're totally fine, man. You've got 75 big blinds. But sometimes when you're in that moment, though, you kind of feel like, I need to get back into it. I need my chips back. And you start feeling desperate.
Absolutely. I think it's one of the challenges of tournament poker, which is that in most tournaments, your stack is just going to go up and down a lot.
You almost just expect it, right? You just have to go into it knowing
That's right.
it's going to be a roller coaster ride. There's going to be ups and downs.
When you lose or win a big pot, you've got to constantly reset. Like, I've said this many times in commentaries, but I've seen Phil Hellmuth go for a walk after he wins a big pot. Like, not just after he loses a big pot, but sometimes he wins a big pot. Because your tournament changes after you win or lose a big pot because you're in a different situation. You've got to play differently. Erling's got to regroup. He's got to think exactly what you're saying. I've got 75 big blinds. I can just play my normal game. I don't need to do anything. Plus, I'm playing against a guy that's going to create 1 or 2 opportunities for me to make chips. Looks like.
It's a great point, by the way, you brought up earlier. That I mean, Rohit, you read it. You said, this guy's got a check raise. And I go, why would he check raise with an 8 here now? I go, he's just got a perfect check call hand. Why would he ever do that? Doesn't make any sense. Now, you know why? He's going to check raise and get value from the one hand he's up against that he hopes he's up against.
I think he just likes making moves, He's just that kind of player.
So you're not worried about being balanced at all in that particular spot if you're Erling. You're checking back the draw, but I assume you're betting... I assume you're betting anytime you have a set, if you have a set of 3s or a set of deuces.
Yeah, and I can't... I'm checking that hand there against 0.5% of the players that I'd be playing against.
Just that particular check.
Just that kind of... Because almost no players with almost no hands would 3-bet out the small blind, continuation bet, and then check raise the flop. That doesn't really happen.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that most of the time. And most of the time, his play of which you are taking exactly the right line, like smallish bet, turn, and then you can shove the river. That was absolutely fine. But against that guy, you're just exposing yourself to his random mentalness.
Well, anyway, you cut it here. Ace King's going to win this hand. Hugo decided not to bet the river. Scared about the 9, I assume. Lawrence Bren, by the way, in the chat said, going back to the suited connector conversation we had, he said, first time I played Deuce 3 suited, I flopped Ace 4 5 of the same suit. Never happened again, but I'm hooked on suited pairs, suited connectors now. AC Racing asking, he says, the video is still not on Twitter. Yeah, so I made a video of where we are. It's loading, slowly, but loading. My apologies.
Hang tight. I know that footage of a staircase is tough to wait for, but maybe look at your own staircase if you have one in your house in the meantime. You know? If you live in an apartment, you could just step out of the apartment and go to the communal stairwell and have a look at that.
It won't compare to the stairwell.
No, but I'm saying it will like sate your appetite, you know.
It's a good point.
Just while you wait.
AC Racing, if the blind's gone down. No, the blind's went up. Not by much, but we were 200, 400.
If the blind's gone down, that's pretty funny. That's really funny. It's one of those, it's a Benjamin Button tournament, they call it. The blinds slowly go down over the course of the event.
That'd be a fantastic structure. I like that. We've never tried that. The Benjamin Button tournament.
The blinds, everyone starts with 10 big blinds, but
Right.
the blinds slowly go down.
You just need to somehow figure out a way to survive.
Yeah.
Get a raise here. Del Puy with queens.
Literally 5 playable hands. And usually in this situation, it's hard for the flop to hit anyone because all the same cards are kind of out. Nice flop for nines. Nice flop for nines, but hard to know what to do in a 5-way pot.
Yeah.
The queens are winning.
And Jorge also with the 9 of spades. Del Puy with the queen of spades. I mean, the only one who absolutely hates this flop has got to be Jose on the button. So, okay, the tweet is up. If you wanted to see where Nick and I are commentating, you can go to Tuck On Sports. It is there.
And it's literally a staircase.
It's,
We
not,
were-
it's
we
a
were not
really
joking.
nice staircase.
No, it's one of the best staircases I've ever worked from. My long career of stairwell work.
Jack of spades. Jorge has picked up a little bit of equity. He can now catch a 9 or a 10.
He's
10 of
even
spades.
I can catch a 9, a 10, a spade. No,
No.
can't catch a spade.
Del Puy's going to check this back. He's got the queen of spades. Running jacks.
Not sure about that check. I mean, why would you check that turn?
Don't want to get check raised.
After seeing the...
I'm scared of Ruda.
Yeah.
He's not in the hand. I'm scared of him anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He might check raise even though he folded earlier. I think you should bet that turn. I mean, it's a pretty good card for your hand. I don't know.
He checked the river as well.
Yeah, I don't like how he played that. No offense, but how are you possibly losing? Like, what could you possibly be losing to, especially on the river after you've checked the turn? You can't ever be behind. It's impossible.
Just obviously,
Isn't it?
I imagine concern that he. Well, yeah, on the river, you assume that if your opponent had a full house or flush or something along those lines, he'd probably.
Oh, I
bet.
suppose. Yeah, sorry, I'm half asleep. I suppose he's not getting paid by anything on the river.
Except maybe
The turn-
exactly
The turn,
tens and nines.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly those two hands. The turn, I think, is a bet though.
We're unlikely to crown a champion tonight. That wasn't the plan. 750 entries with still one more flight. We have day 1D to Turbo tomorrow. Day 2 action will begin at 5 p.m. local time. I believe our live stream is slated to begin around 7:30 p.m. local time. And of course, I know many of you are watching this on Facebook or YouTube, but if you want to join us in the chat, we are following the YouTube chat. Dim Bomb Pay has just joined.
Welcome.
King Queen Pocket Jacks here for Jose. Erling makes a disciplined fold of the 6-5 suited to the 3-bet.
Vladimir's going to call. He didn't come here to fold King Queen. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Good read.
Thank you.
Nick Wellthal,
Thank you.
folks.
What a read. Man calls 3-bet early in tournament. Quite unusual.
Ace, ace, 3. You don't like seeing one ace. 2 aces are a little bit better. Jose's got the jack of spades as well. I think betting here or checking is fairly reasonable. I think if you are going to bet, I think the small sizing is quite attractive. Chin Fernando likes the pretty staircase. He says you have people just walking by. No, it's closed. So the staircase, it's kind of a separate area. We have the staircase to ourselves.
Jealous?
You should be.
You should be.
The reason why I like checking possibly that flop with jacks is, and like I said, I think it's reasonable to check or bet, but I think it's going to be very difficult for you to get 3 streets of value with a hand like jacks. And sometimes by checking once, you can induce a bluff, maybe get value on the turn in the river. But he's going to take that one down on the turn bet. And we continue on. Once again, if you missed a free roll, we have another one tomorrow. And then another one on Monday. So, no fear. More money, more free money over the next 2 days. We also have a really amazing series coming up on 888 Poker. If you haven't heard about this, it's the XL Blizzard. Extra large Blizzard, I imagine. XL Blizzard. That is February 6th through the 16th. 34 tournaments with nearly 1.5 million in guaranteed money, 1.445 million. Buy-ins range from $5.50 up to $320. The main event, by the way, is on the February 16th. That is a $250 buy-in tournament. The guarantee is $500,000, and obviously there are satellites running around the clock to get into that for cheap.
Those Blizzard series are fantastic value. No question. We haven't updated. We've got chip counts of the 888 ambassadors who have killed it in day 1A and day 1B. In fact,
Oh, yeah?
Martin Jakobsen finished with 194k.
That's a lot.
Ms. Vivian Saliba, 190k.
Beast.
Christopher Moorman, familiar with him?
I've heard of him.
170k. Anna Marquez, 168k.
Wow. How
Killed
did
it.
Sophia Lovgren do? Oh, she's playing now because Sophia
she,
final tabled the high roller
Yeah.
earlier this week.
And unfortunately, Will Kassouf is doing well.
Oh,
So,
can we? Well, like it can't all be good news.
it can't. And our man Brad Owen,
He was short stacked when I heard him.
he is still in with 30k.
Yeah, he had. Yeah, I think he said he had 10 big
But
blinds.
here's what I would say, and I don't want to put any pressure on these people, but they should be able to take it, right? They're ambassadors. One of these dudes needs to get to a final table at an 888 live, because it's all very well with these big stacks on day one, but I need to see one of their beautiful faces at a final table.
I think it's fair at this point.
We've had a lot of these events. I don't want to point fingers, but
Yeah, I think it's fair to point
come
fingers.
on, kids. Up your game.
I mean, Vivian Saliba, final tables, the 888 at the World Series. Sophia Lovegren has just been crushing all over the world. Chris Moorman has won, what, I don't know, $30 million lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
World
all right.
Series of Poker bracelet winner. You know, he's won triple crowns on pocket fives, numerous. I mean, I don't even know, what, 40 times now? Something ridiculous. Hugo, by the way, 3-bet out of the small blind, takes that one down. But yeah, get something done here where it counts.
Where it counts.
On your home turf.
I don't want to hear about your World Championship, Jakobsen. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, whatever. How did Kara, when's she playing?
She hasn't played yet.
So she's playing tomorrow.
I think so.
Oh,
I think she's
okay.
turboing it.
She's, okay.
Due to her many media engagements.
Mm.
That's what she was saying to me.
Well, I mean, a turbo for this event is just like a normal event, I assume.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
'88 Dogster talks about the fake Fanta. Is there a fake Fanta? I love Fanta. I'm all about the Fanta. Blinds are up, by the way, 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante, and that's going to put Erlang really in a tough spot here with just 58 bigs. And it's so important, obviously, when you play tournament poker to just expect the ups and downs. And he knows at some point in this tournament, no matter how well I'm doing, I'm probably going to have 58 bigs.
Right, exactly.
I just happen to have it a little bit earlier than I thought.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I would need to promote Kara's podcast. Christian's absolutely right, because otherwise Kara will hit us. So
She's got a great podcast. It just came out, right? It's just
among
brand
her
new.
media commitments, check out Heart of Poker, a poker podcast where she interviews people and asks them questions that make you love the person.
Or hate them.
No love. They're questions designed by a genius psychologist that when you hear someone reveal these things about themselves, you know them so intimately that you cannot help but
What
love
happens if I already love them?
You'll re-love them.
Mm.
You'll want to renew
I'll fall in love all over again?
Yeah. You'll want to renew your feelings for them.
No, there's a million. Listen, there are a million poker podcasts out there, but when I saw Kara was hosting one, I was really excited just because of what she has meant to the game of poker and her experiences over the past 10, 12, 15 years, whatever. I mean, God, how long has it been? I mean, you and her started a podcast, what, 14 years ago?
We had the #1 poker podcast in the UK called On the Rails.
This was like 15 years ago?
Kara's Twitter handle is KaraOTR.
Right. On the rails.
Yeah, I think like 10 years ago, maybe.
It's just, she's been around the game for such a long time. I mean, working in the World Series of Poker, she knows everybody. So I think she brings a unique perspective that most people don't have.
And the first one's with Chris Moorman, and it's a really good listen. Heart of Poker, add it to your playlist.
Mm.
She hasn't asked to interview me. I don't know why. I think she.
You're on the list, right?
I'm like number 215 or something.
No, you're 193.
193. Nice.
193. So you're getting there. I think she's looking forward. She has you slated for 2022.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, if she can get people to love you, then she's really accomplished. That she's a magician.
This is like a real test of this so-called psychologist's work, isn't it?
Certainly. No, but if you really want to listen to a great podcast, check it out. If you have trouble sleeping, my podcast is called Under the Gun.
I'm between podcasts right now. I had a hit podcast when no one listened to podcasts, and then I cleverly stopped doing it just before podcasts exploded, because you can't buy that sort of market timing talent.
You're just ahead of your game.
That's right. Let's say that. I have this
I
awesome.
mean, you probably told people. You're like, oh yeah, Kara and I are we host a podcast,
yeah,
and people just looked at you with this blank stare.
definitely.
Of
What's
what?
a podcast? Yeah.
What is that? You mean you're on radio?
I have this awesome picture of me and Kara interviewing Daniel Negreanu at the World Series of Poker when we literally grabbed him in the hallway, and I don't think he really knew what it was. And like, I've got my microphone on a cardboard box because that's like, I had all this equipment, like this mixing desk, like the one we've got here, and like so much equipment just to record audio that I was dragging everywhere. It's quite sweet.
Welcome, Eric Ramkasoon. Well, thank you for joining us here. 888 Live Madrid. 750 players, give or take a few, have each ponied up just under 900 euros. 888 euros was the entry. All playing for a lot of money. And first place will get a World Series of Poker main event seat and a package to Vegas this summer. This is just day one action. We'll be calling the action for another hour or so. I believe at the end of this level we'll call it. And then we're back at it tomorrow for day two action. And then, of course, on Monday, the plan is to crown a champion.
Also connected hands and a slightly connected flop.
Yeah, Jorge under the gun +2 with a flush draw. Ruda, of course.
I think he needs to work on his poker face. That's giving me the giggles. Literally just looked at his cards and went,
I think you're just more in tune than the rest of us. I mean, I didn't pick up a thing.
oh really? He just did like this real kind of, oh, I've got none of that. Oh, sorry, that made me laugh.
Well, he has some now. He's got a pair of 10s.
He's got
Jorge
a-
has a
I
10
mean,
as well.
This is enough for him to put 50k in the pot, I know, but on the flop he was such a sad panda. There you go. Let's get busy. I've got a pair. Sorry, it's really making me laugh.
And you should. By the way, I mean, if you're watching him, if you picked up the same read that, if you were at the table and you picked up that read, you'd probably be thinking, okay, this guy's either sandbagging and he's got a monster, or he's got nothing. So at this point, well, since he's raised the turn, it's almost more likely that he has.
He's
monster.
just one of those players that if you're going to play a pot with him, you've just got to accept a lot of variance, and you've got to trust your judgment. You've got to try and be analytical, and you're just going to have to call a lot more than you'd be comfortable against a lot of players.
To his credit, by the way, we've now seen him raise a couple of spots in very unconventional places, but both times he was ahead and got value from flush draws.
That's true. I think you might be attributing like results to.
Yes, I'm clearly doing that. I'm just pointing out that he's been able to do this where he has gotten value from a worse hand. And he checks the river in this spot.
It's just a
And look,
chip harvesting machine. 400k.
it's amazing.
He's got enough to enter the next 6 888 events quite deep.
I mean, I would go on a limb and say that if he stopped playing now, and they still have, I want to say, 4 or 5 hours left in today's action. If he stopped right now and didn't lose any chips, he'd probably have a top 10 stack. Just a machine. What do we know about him? I mean, I know he's from China.
And that's about it.
He played an EPT in Prague, right?
And cashed.
But, I mean, 15,000, nothing huge. Apparently likes to gamble. There we go.
I used to I still do, like playing against people like that in cash. Because you can you know, if you can play with them for long enough, you're going to figure them out, and you're going to make money from them, even if you lose a little bit in the short run. The problem in tournaments is obviously they can bust you, and you can't rebuy. So you're just accepting so much variance playing against someone like this.
Get a raise here from Jorge with the ace-queen. Jose's picked up ace-king in the big blind. There's a lot of dead money in there. Expect a 3-bet from Jose. I think this would be a really nice spot to do it in. Doesn't want to play this hand out of position against that many players. There's the 3-bet to 9K. It's a big 3-bet, but he's got a lot of callers in there. They're deep. It's going to put Jorge in a tough spot. Jorge makes the call.
I don't know what I'd do there if I'm honest. What would you do?
Ace-queen offsuit, I'm probably just folding.
Yeah, I sort of thought I might fold, and I thought, is that just really tight?
It's tight, but it's not. I mean, you've raised under the gun +1. You don't close the action. You've got more players behind you you've got to worry about.
Yeah. It's probably best, right?
I mean, unless, like I said, unless it's Ruda or somebody like that that I've seen a reason to think that he's out of line.
And like it can quickly become you flop a queen, and like you can quickly end up in this disgusting situation where.
I mean, against most opponents, when a guy 3-bets like that, it's going to be ace-king. It's going to be a big pair. By the way, neither player has a heart in their hand.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes players make that bluff out the big blind where there's a lot of players in the pot and they just try and win the pot. But I don't think... oh, look.
They're going to chop this one up, unless somebody takes a shot at it. At this point, I don't know if you get a heart to fold. You might get somebody off a chop, though. Jose not interested. Does Jorge take a shot at it?
I think Jorge, it's a mandatory bet for Jorge because
right?
Because Jose 3-bet. So if he 3-bet with like ace queen or ace king that had a heart, he's betting the.
No, they chop it up. I mean, I think you have to bet there to like get 2 blackjacks to fold, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you do or not because there's not much in the pot. But
by the way, I just got an update. So we've got a new team. By the way, a couple of people on the floor, Christian and Anastasia, who have been helping us out, getting us information, and the information we've been getting is invaluable. I just found out that we now have over 800 entries. We still have day 1D. Do we get to 1,000? Now, it is a turbo event, so I don't know how many players are kind of keen on playing the turbo structure.
yeah, I think we get to 1,000. You said we're at... it's going to be close. We're at 800 right now.
I think registration is still open tomorrow as well.
Right.
So we're over 800 now.
1,000 might be pushing it, but you never know. The way it's gone, I mean, yeah, maybe. It's good.
That's great.
Poker is kicking ass in Spain.
I'm just... Obviously, we both love what we're doing, and this is a lot of fun, but I kind of licking my chops. I'd love to play in this event right now.
Jesús, o maja 2-5. Jesús, o maja 2-5.
Jorge?
Now, if you were... Okay, so if like, you could magically pick your table, like, would you like to have a table with Ruida on your table or not? So I'll give you... You're sitting directly across the table from him, so you have an average position against him. You can either have him at the table or you can have an average player in the tournament at the table.
I would imagine at this point of the tournament, I'd probably rather just have the average player.
I think so too.
And just kind of, without much risk,
Yeah.
add 20, 30% to my stack and just, go in tomorrow with 140, 150,000 and not.
I think you could add a lot more to your stack. And I think that's why you've seen the ambassadors have got a lot of chips. Because what they've been able to do, the reason that the ambassadors have all done well, is that you're playing deep stack poker against players that very rarely play deep stack poker, and you just got such a big edge. Whereas this guy distorts the whole thing. right?
I
He's just gonna increase the variance and change the dynamics. He's going to be in most pots, so you're not going to get as many of your spots because he's playing hands.
Right, exactly. He's going to be in most pots. He's going to.
Exactly.
Your opponents are kind of playing differently because he's in the pot.
Right.
And to second your point, I mean, I think, yeah, playing at his table, you're far more likely to end up with 400,000 chips.
Yep.
But I'm also far more likely to be out on day one than if I'm just at a table with a bunch of average players.
Yeah, but your most likely outcome actually is just that you come out with a really uninspiring day one because you haven't got into many spots because of him, right? Like, you don't get to isolate the weak player because he's already in the pot, that kind of thing.
I would probably, though, knowing my style, I would probably be in a situation where I would have tons of chips or I'd be really, really short because I would actually be isolating him.
Right.
I'd 3-bet him a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you should.
And then he'd start 4-betting me light, and then I'd have to make really tough decisions with hands like Ace Jack and go, well, do I go with it here, Ace Jack?
See, I would never 3-bet him with Ace Jack.
I know, and I might.
I just think that's a mistake. I think you always should, with like King Queen suited, Ace Jack. I think you should be flatting him. I'd 3-bet him with like 8-6 suited, but I would flat with value hands where you're just ahead of his range, and the only you win the most money by letting him fire off.
But I don't think he's going to go anywhere. Like, I think if he opens 10-6 suited and I 3-bet with Ace Jack, I think there's a chance he might 4-bet me there or call. You're just putting some more.
But when he 4-bets you, you're going to fold the best hand.
No, I'm not against him. That's the whole point. I mean, I'm 3-betting with Ace Jack to keep going with it. I'm going to call and then play poker.
So you're.
I'm going to take a very high variance.
Your game plan is to play 4-bet pots against a guy who lives for 4-bet pots.
Yeah, but he's going to be in there. I'm going to have a better hand than him more often than not.
Yeah, but you're just going into his world, whereas you can just put him in jail by keeping him in the hand and playing him in position.
I guess I'm suggesting that maybe I'd be better at his world than he is.
Maybe you would be. I have no idea.
I mean, I could be totally wrong. Which is why I'm saying I think if I was playing, I would rather play against just the average player and just kind of quietly double my stack throughout the day, because I think against him I'd probably end up with 400,000 chips or I'd be out.
See, because I would 3-bet him. I just wouldn't 3-bet him with those value hands that are on the borderline.
By the way, we got a really interesting hand here because Ruda does have a hand that he's going to want to stick around with. Obviously, he outflopped Jorge. Jorge caught up to him and passed him on the turn, and now is filled up on the river. 3 diamonds out there. Jorge has checked it, though.
Yeah, now he's going to check raise. And he still might get called.
I don't know if
he might get re-raised. Oh, he doesn't have enough chips. Okay.
Ruda bets 25,000. He bets 25 into 30. I mean, look at that. Like, pot-size bet with a really marginal hand.
Yeah, that's a super terrible bet because it doesn't do anything. It turns your hand into a bluff, basically.
That's what I mean. I mean, what's he getting value from? Is he getting value from what? Exactly Queen 10?
Yeah. I mean, he could argue, well, they all think I'm bluffing all the time, so I would get called by like 9s or Queen 10 or something.
And I'm okay with that. And a little raise here from Jorge to 59, so it's not a very big raise from Jorge. It's only 34,000 more to call. But, I mean, at this point, you can beat nothing. And we're just going to give it up. I don't mind the value, but I don't like the sizing of it. I just think when you bet that much.
Yeah, but he's playing his image there, no? That's why he's betting big.
I think with his bigger ace, yes, I agree.
He's trying to make it look like he's bluffing like normal.
Yeah, I think if I have a bigger ace, I can do that if I'm in his shoes, because then I can get called by more queens.
Right.
Now, Jorge did call out of the big blind, so he could have, like, all the queens. He could have queen deuce. He could have queen 7. And if you think your opponent is not folding top pair ever, then, hey.
Now, this is where this would be an easy decision for most players, but with Ruida's image, this is actually a hard decision, because he doesn't know if Jorge is just playing back at him. Because this won't be the first time in Ruida's life that he's played loose at a poker table.
Yeah, and probably not.
And he'll know that at a certain point, people just pop and just go aggressive against you. Now, the thing that counts against that is Jorge's stack. Like, is he really bluffing, like, almost all his stack for no reason?
And it's almost a min check raise, by the way. The bet was
Oh.
25K. He
Right,
made it
right.
59.
Yeah, okay, so now it like just looks like an easy fold, doesn't it? Really?
I mean, you're getting a decent price.
Like, this
but
is-
really,
like if-
what are you beating?
Well, if this is a bluff, then it's the most creative, ballsy bluff because he's only left himself 18K.
And what hand is he bluffing here? Like, give me a hand. 6-3?
Well, he could have spades. He went check back call twice.
And he's going to
Like
check,
he-
and then check
he-
raise minimum on the river.
And he decides to bluff really creatively on the river. I don't know.
Well, Ruda does eventually find the fold. Jorge up to 133,000. Ruda crushed down to 367,000. He only has 600 bigs now again. $88 Dogster thinks that he should have re-raised with the Queen Jack. What do you do then with the 8-5, huh? Then you're terrified. Nick Wealthall, David Tuckman here for 888 Live.
yeah,
We are
like-
in Madrid.
Luckily, he's short stacked at that point. But if he had another 100K behind, then he'd really be terrified, yeah.
AC Racing says Ruda is Iceman.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's fun. I like to mandate that. I think we should always have. You walk around and try to figure out which table we're going to pick, and we obviously you always want to get an 888 ambassador at the table if you can. But in lieu of that, I'm a big fan of getting a Ruda or somebody like that.
A massive stacked maniac.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you want. It's fun.
Vladimir on 65,900 chips.
I think
Gonna raise.
I think it's fun for people watching to think what they do. Like we were discussing tactics against him. Like it's fun to think what you do because at some point you're going to be in this situation playing a tournament or a cash game. Like it doesn't happen super often. I wouldn't say it's not that often. You have like a maniac at your table in No Limit Hold'em these days. But you got to have a game plan when you do.
You know, I'm beginning to think though. Remember earlier on when he check raised with the 9-8 on the turn, when he turned the 8. I'm beginning to think that he was doing that for value.
Yeah,
And with the
it's
10 on the
possible.
turn there, I think he.
It's possible,
I think
but I don't think anyone can be that clever. Like, how can he not know the guy has a 10? The guy could easily have a 10.
he could, and frankly, if the guy has a 10, you're putting a ton of pressure on a guy who's just a 10. You know, let's say the guy had, you know.
Yeah, but now it's not a value bet, so you got to make your mind up.
Right. No, I'm with you. Maybe by check raising he leaves his options open. He gets value. He gets value when his opponent has a draw.
Yeah, I've made those bets.
And then has his options open where, I got called, so maybe I'm not ahead.
I've made those bets.
Maybe I'm
yeah.
wrong?
Yeah, this is a value bluff merge bet.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a value bet. It's a bluff.
Yeah. Oh dear.
That is about as dry a flop as you're going to get. Very happy if you are Jorge and you see a flop, Queen 7 deuce. No 2-pair combinations out there really in a 3-bet pot. No straight draws, no flush draws. $17,000 in there. And Jorge, after 3-betting, checks. No, he called it like our graphics were wrong. He did not check. He bet. And he takes that one down.
Back to back pots for Jorge.
Take a look at our chip count here. Ruda still in the driver's seat right now with 367,000 chips or 611 big blinds. And as you can see, nobody short stacked. But Erling, he's at a point where he could very easily get all of his chips in on any particular pot.
He's probably feeling short stacked, but
Yeah.
he's obviously not that short.
All different countries represented here. $888 Live here at Casino Gran Via. Jose with the aces. AC Racing says, I like the cash games where winning with deuce 7 means everyone has to pay you. Yeah, you play the 7-deuce game. Chin Fernando says, Nick, your story about your hotel wouldn't be about the towels?
No, it's about the design of the bathroom. I think the towels are good from what I can tell. Oh, well, here's Jose's dream come true.
Yeah, and you can't fault. I mean, obviously, Vladimir steps in it here, and, bad timing, being results-oriented, but I kind of like the 3-bet. I mean, you get an open from the hijack.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah.
Button and a small ball,
Yeah,
small blind call.
Yeah, he's going to, win the pot a lot.
Now Jose has 4-bet, and he has 4-bet to an amount where it kind of looks like, I don't want to fold. Sometimes you can kind of tell what your opponent's trying to accomplish from their sizing.
Don't really think he can call here.
Does make the call. What's the plan on
I'm not
8-high
sure.
flop?
I'm not sure you can call there. What's the plan on any flop without a 10 in it?
Yeah.
Like literally any flop. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
How about a king, queen, 9, 2-spade flop? He's got a couple of extra outs here. He can catch a jack now. In a 4-bet pot, this is, how about that? There we go.
Oh,
That'll work. Jose checked it back.
I don't know why he checked it back.
Yeah, me neither.
What's the point of checking it back?
So scary. I mean, the problem is a scare card comes off, also kills your action.
I don't understand it. I don't understand. Like, this is epidemic of players checking big hands. Like, what do you think he's called your 4-bet with king 9? I mean, if he's got a set of kings or queens, how do you get away from it anyway?
Right. You're going to pay him off anyway. There's nothing you can do. Especially, you pointed out stack to pot ratio from earlier on.
Right.
SPR,
It's like one
less than 1.
Less than 1. So that was really a bad check. I mean, obviously the 10s come, which is super brutal, and I feel bad for him. But you shouldn't check that flop.
King on the river. And if you're Vladimir, you're okay. I assume you're just going to bet this. So far, not a chip has gone in post-flop. And he does finally bet 25,000 onto the river. I mean, can you fold aces now? I mean, I don't know. You've checked it back flop and turn.
See, I would never get here.
Right.
So now I'm so confused. I don't know what I'd do if I was here. He's getting nearly 3-1. And he folds.
I mean, he can't beat anything in a 4-bet pot. But
No. But then again, I don't know how you know. I just don't understand anything that happened in that hand really. After the 4-bet with the aces, everything else is just a weird blur.
Yeah.
I don't know what was happening.
Matt drops off a new deck of cards, new RFID cards. Matt, one of the great members of our crew here at 888 Live.
I used to have this hobby horse when I was commentating and coaching and stuff, of like when people 3-bet and then their opponent 4-bet and then they were just instantly confused. And I always thought that was a bit of a gap in people's thinking, because if you're going to 3-bet, you're creating the possibility for a 4-bet. Right? So I'm not saying you have to make an instant decision, but you should know that by 3-betting, you create the possibility for a 4-bet. So you must have at least an idea of what your game plan is if you get 4-bet. And obviously, it doesn't happen most of the time, but when you're thinking whether you want to 3-bet or not, you should be thinking, well, what is his range? Why am I 3-betting? And if he 4-bets or she 4-bets or someone else 4-bets, what does that mean in this spot? And you see what happened there when he 3-bet with his 10s and then got 4-bet. He had obviously not thought ahead of time, well, what happens if somebody 4-bets? Because he panicked and then he called because he didn't want to either give up a good hand or commit his tournament. When actual fact, I think with that stack size, calling out a position with those 10s is pretty horrible, in my opinion.
Yeah, the hand is played kind of strange. I'm sure when you've coached, you've gotten into a situation where somebody starts off with, okay, well, I did this and this and this and this. Now what do I do? And you're like, well, I would never get to where you got that way. So it's really, really hard for me to can we go back to the first play you did?
Yeah.
You know? Like that gentleman there will put in he'll go on a poker forum and he'll get to the river and he'll go, well, what do I do with aces now?
Yeah.
And somebody's going to go, well, I don't.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah,
buddy.
I don't know. Raise here from Jose. It's a big raise size. He went 3,100. He went 5x. And he's still getting action.
It's definitely true in Hold'em that a lot of difficult post-flop decisions start with bad pre-flop decisions. That is true a lot. Like you've called a 3-bet out of position, and then suddenly you're in a difficult position on the turn. Like, of course you are.
Right.
It's like,
I've got second pair.
yeah.
I don't know what to do. Well, okay.
No, me neither. No one does. It's impossible.
Del Puy, by the way. So Jose actually made it 3,100 pre-flop. Hates this flop. Del Puy has the ace of diamonds in his hand. Ruda with the best hand right now with
Here
a
he
pair of
comes.
sixes.
Here he comes.
He's got the best hand. Why not?
Exactly.
Jose folds. I assume Del Puy is going to at least call this. And he does just call. So once again, Ruda betting a hand that's not great, but gets value from a worse hand. Unfortunately for him, Del Puy has gotten there.
And against this player in this position, I absolutely would slow play and hope he bets. I absolutely would not bet here.
Yeah, your hand just looks like what it is.
Yeah. And that, by the way, that pre-flop stuff, that's one of the reasons why most people watching this stream, and including me and like most people that play poker, you don't 3-bet enough. And because one of the benefits of 3-betting, and there are lots of benefits, but one of the benefits is it defines the hand so much more clearly. Like, it's so much easier to play 3-bet pots than single raise pots in general. Like post-flop.
And you can put your opponent on a tighter range.
Much tighter range.
And if you do 3-bet with hands like you had mentioned, 8-6 suited, your opponent's 3-bet calling range would probably be way tighter than your 3-betting range.
Yeah. But you're uncapped and they're capped. So most people when they call the 3-bet have pretty much like capped their range. They very rarely have aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited. But you can have anything because you 3-bet. So it's just a really good situation to be in. I'd really, if anyone watching wants to improve this, I'd really recommend Assassinato's book about live players that came out last year. It's incredibly, I thought it was the best explainer of why and how to get more 3-betting into your live game. If you're listening to this and thinking, why is that English person rambling on about 3-betting, then don't get the book, don't get it. It's not for you.
I need the book.
It's really good. It's honestly...
I haven't gotten I never got a Christmas gift from you or a birthday gift from you, so if you're
I'll buy
looking
you
for
the
one.
book.
Done.
No problem.
Sold.
It's
See how I did that? I just finagled a gift from Nick.
honestly, it's one of the best poker books I've read. I shouldn't really talk about it on the stream because everyone will read it. Like...
Is it for cash games or for tournaments or both?
Tournaments. But I mean, you can translate it obviously because a lot of the stuff he's talking about is deeper stacked.
Vladimir's going to bet here. Take it down on ace-8 board. We have 800 entries already. Day 1D will go tomorrow morning, I believe. It's pretty early, not morning, but there's a turbo event, and then day 2 starts tomorrow at, I believe, 5 p.m. local time. This is an 800,000 guarantee, which we will hit. 888 live in Madrid at the Casino Gran Via. David Humphreys, welcome to the chat. I know many of you are joining us on Facebook, and that's fine if you want to watch us on Facebook. But we are following the chat in YouTube. Haven't heard from Erling in quite a while. He's going to raise to 1,500 with Ace-Jack. There is another 888 free roll tomorrow. And apparently we are going to start the stream at approximately same time we did today. So around 7 p.m., 7:30.
Just let me know.
Yeah.
You know, give me a...
I'll let your
give me a
people
shout.
know.
Let my people know.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be good. I'm going to buy you a present, David Tupman.
I'm very excited about this. I need a good poker book.
It's really good.
I just got, Robbie Straczynski is here, and I just got the Elliot Lesra biography that I'm looking forward to reading.
The Elliot Lesra, oh my God, it's so expensive. Jesus.
You're not going to buy it for me anymore, are you?
Yeah, I am. How do I gift?
Oh, Alexander Fitzgerald, I like him.
Yeah, he's great.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah. He's an awesome communicator.
Hugo raising to 2,100. Gino asking if this is the final table. No, very far from it. This is actually day one action. That's one thing we do here at the 888 live streams, which I love. We follow the tournament right from the beginning. It goes day one. Tomorrow we'll have day two action. And then on Monday, we'll have the final table.
Put your email in. Oh, yeah. I sort of knew that. Look who it's from. Very formal.
Ooh, I like that. Jose open-ended on the flop. Turns top pair. Pot is 9,900 chips. Hugo has bet 2,400 here. Jose not going to go anywhere. And as you can see, bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the equities. Well, he was quite a sizable favorite, but the ace and the diamonds on the river changes all that. And Hugo now with the check mark next to his name. He's going to bet for value. Jose does not pay him off. Dark Angel. I'm David Tuckman. On my side is the one and only Nick Wealthall.
Good evening. You've seen some. I mean, thanks to Ruida. We've seen some really fun stuff.
Yeah, no, it's been great poker for day one. It's been a lot of fun. So as I mentioned, we have 800 entries. If this particular day, day 1C, goes anything like the first two flights have gone, I imagine we will start day two with somewhere in the neighborhood of like 450 people. So a little bit more than 50% of the field is surviving.
Eli, Texas 2-5. Eli, Texas 2-5. Guy, Texas 2-5.
Del Puig's going to raise up with ace-jack. Emmanuel has been very quiet. Haven't heard from him much at all. He's been biding his time. He does have Ruida on his left. But he finally picks up a hand he wants to play, and he decides just to call with the queens.
Mm-hmm.
Heads up here. He's going to bet this turn. Sorry, bet the flop when check two. I imagine if Del Puig is, let's see what he does here, 1,600, small bet. He's going to check call with the ace-jack. And turn an ace. Easy game.
That's why you check call
Right.
flop. Yeah, Manuel obviously desperately out of love with that turn.
I mean, when you bet the flop and you get called, you're a little bit wary. Then the ace comes off, and you're like, well, I can't get much more value, can I? And now Del Puig is going to bet 6,000 into a pot of 9,700. Del P takes that hand here. Bob Haddon says, this is so much better to watch than the super high roller events. These guys play more like the locals I play against. Yeah, no doubt. GTO is more like GTFO here.
True that. What you'll see actually is if you follow the stream from now until the end of the tournament, you'll see a steady kind of incremental improvement in the level of play, because you know, the stronger players survive in general. Also, though, the other thing is that we've been watching players who will very rarely be this deep stacked for this long. So a lot of these players are in situations, especially with like a crazy player like Ruida, that they just won't have experience that much.
Yeah, that's such a true statement. I mean, most of these players, I would assume, when they enter a tournament, you know, you're deep stacked for 45 minutes, maybe an hour and a half.
Exactly.
But by the time you're 6-7 hours into the tournament, you're
30
playing,
big blinds,
30, 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
Erling has found the hand to kind of go with a little bit. Del Puig raises, Ruida calls, and Erling says, you know what, I think King Queen's strong enough here. I'm going to 3-bet. And his 3-bet gets through. Good timing there by Erling. So he picks up a nice little pot, picks up 4,600 chips.
Yeah, he's been very patient after losing that big pot. Didn't seem to tilt too much at all, which is impressive, because that was a annoying pot.
Well, especially because he doesn't. I don't know if he knows now how unlucky he actually got. I mean, on a 10-deuce-3 2-heart board, he had ace-5 of hearts. His opponent had 9-8 of diamonds.
He's a favorite there.
Yeah. I mean, we pointed out that Ruida had 4 outs. He hit 2 of them.
Yeah.
No, I think the buy-in level also attracts a lot of amateurs, so it's a little bit more fun to watch. And I think the fact that we have a shot clock also impacts the enjoyment level of the streams. It's just a lot more fun. You
No
get,
question.
you see a ton of hands.
No question. There's not a lot of interest in seeing people think most of the time. Like if somebody's in a super high pressure moment, then yeah, sure. But the rest of the time, watching people wait is not a good spectator sport.
A lot of spades out there. Erling with the ace queen, no spade in his hand. In fact, none of the players have a spade in their hand. Jorge does have top pair though. Checks through. Turn is the queen of clubs. And Erling now takes the lead. Erling really needs this pot. All these little small pots can get him back in contention. Again, he still has plenty of chips.
Right, yeah.
You pointed out earlier, Brad Owen, the YouTube vlogger everybody seems to love, and I love him too. He's fantastic. Is coming back tomorrow with 30,000 chips, only 10 big blinds. So halfway through day one, Erling is in better shape. As played, I actually think you can go for value here if you're Erling.
Yeah, and he will, because I think he's decent.
I mean, maybe somewhere in the 3,400 range.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a close value bet. This is a pretty clear value bet.
Yeah, as played. I agree. Your opponent's just going to have a jack a ton of the time. Sometimes he's going to have a weaker queen. He bets, wow, so he bets large, though. So he's trying to, obviously suggest that maybe he missed, and, he's got some more bluffs in his range. He knows he has the best hand here.
Yeah, I think he's a good player.
Huh?
I think he's a good player.
He clearly is
Based
a
on
good
what
player.
I've
Yeah.
seen.
I think he's clearly a good player.
We just keep saying that, so if you missed it earlier, he told our researcher he plays poker for fun, and I have my suspicions that he might be a little bit more serious than that. Well, it's a good value bet because the guy's used a time card, so even if I couldn't see his hands, I'd think it was a good value bet now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's clearly a good value bet. It just the question is really the sizing, and he checked back the flop,
There you go.
and he does get called.
There you go, kids. If you've been watching the stream,
That's just fantastic poker. Wow. And like I said, I would have bet a lot smaller. I would have gotten paid as well, but give Erling all the credit there. He goes for about 80% pot size bet on the river.
a part of it, let's assume that Erling's a really good poker player. We don't know for certain how good he is or not, but let's assume he's a really good poker player. One of the adjustments he'll have made, and this is the kind of thing you should think about if you really want to do well at No Limit Hold'em, is the context of the game we're playing in. And he's value betting big in your words, Dave, but only in relation to the pot. He's not betting big in relation to Jorge's stack.
No, that's a good point.
And I think with non-professional players, that makes a massive difference. You're leaving money on the table. If you're playing players like, let's say you're in level 2 of the World Series of Poker main event or something, and your opponents have got loads of chips in front of them, you should be betting bigger than you normally would, because they won't see the bets in terms of the pot, they'll see it in terms of their stack.
The absolute size of it. No, it's a really good point you bring up. And the same thing happens in cash games, actually. If you play, cash games where sometimes, especially amateurs, they'll almost ignore what the size of the pot is. They just look at the bet in absolute terms.
Is it a call or not? How much money is it?
$100? Yeah, sure, I can call.
Sure, yeah.
What, 1,200? And the pot can be massive, but if the bet size is huge, they might get scared off just a little bit.
That absolutely happens all the time. You have to be aware of that in No Limit.
Erling in there here with sevens. I don't think he's going to stick around, though. I doubt he's calling the 3-bet from Jorge. Where is he? He is going to call this. He's out of position with sevens. Doesn't have a ton of chips, but he did get some back there.
Well, he's winning, but
Good luck getting the showdown. Now he might. Part of the reason why he called this possibly is he just beat Jorge out of a big pot. And Jorge checks it back, but hits the king on the turn. I would imagine if you're Jorge, you probably check it back. You check one more time here? I mean,
I think I bet.
no, he's going to bet it. Erling gives it up. Erling back down to 50,000 chips. Jorge up to 136,000. And I believe that's it for the night. So the players are going to go on a break. They are going to play for a few more hours, but we are going to call it for a night. We're back tomorrow at the same start time. So right around 7:30 p.m. local time, which is around 18:30 GMT. You can look for the stream right here. I want to thank you for joining us. Rita just crushing it with 355,000 chips. When we come back tomorrow, I expect we'll have somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 people, if not more. So still plenty of poker to be played. We have day 2 action tomorrow, and then, of course, on Monday, it'll be the final table. Nick's been fun.
Yeah, really fun little start. Lots more poker to come. It's going to be good.
Don't go anywhere. We are back at it tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. For everybody here at the Casino Gran Via, for everybody here at 88 Live, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.